Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to our final day of coverage from Lake George. Matt Canik here, as always, your host for the entire weekend. We have just 4 games of Scrabble left to determine our champions in both the NWL and CSW divisions. We're going to try to show you drama from both of those divisions today. And joining me to provide said drama is the great Will Anderson once again. We're so stoked to have Will back on set. How are you doing this morning, Will?
I'm doing great back in the booth, but I was watching dutifully yesterday. I saw Matthew Tunnicliffe score 8,000 points, or maybe it was 740 or something like that in a game. I saw Jackson with his shenanigans with that incredible Xylan opening play. We saw Toppies for 1,000,000 points with 1,000,000 overlaps. A ton of action that was really exciting yesterday, and I expect more of the same today.
I expect some solid Scrabble for sure. Again, the NWL division in this field is utterly stacked. Of the 28 players in that division, 14 of them rated 1899 or above. And yet, two names that you got to circle on that list: Mac Meller and Jackson Smiley, coming off Word Cup and SPC championships last summer. And of course, it's one of those two names atop the standing. Jackson, 2 games up on Jason Lee, 3 games up on the remainder of the field with just 4 games left to play, which means this matchup that we're about to show you between Jackson and Jason is huge. Let's cut over to the board. Oh, Jackson just ran out to stretch right on cue. He heard how dramatic the stakes were. He wasn't aware until I said those words out loud, and he apparently needed to run out of the room. So the big build up, and then the tease and the suspense. Looking over, there we go. There we go. He got his stretch in. He's got his coffee. He's got his mustache. He's got his Yosemite Sam shirt. I think he's ready to play Scrabble. What do you think, Will?
These are two players that have to have gotten in a ton of action over the board. I know both Canadians, now both, I think, located in the Montreal-ish area. So two players who are surely no stranger to one another's game. And I think Jason matches up pretty well with Jackson. Jackson is just so versatile and chameleon like from a strategic standpoint, but I feel like Jason is also no slouch in that department as well. Should be a really good tactical battle if the tiles cooperate.
It's going to be a fantastic game. Again, if Jackson wins this one, he'll be up 3 games on the entire field with 3 games to go. We'd likely just switch over to Collins. He's all but Gibsonized at that point. Jason needs to play spoiler here to keep this one interesting. Let's not delay this. Let's play Scrabble.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it, to really run away with a 15-game main event, but that's what Jackson is threatening to do here with that sterling 10-1 record, which, hey, it's impressive, but as you alluded to, Matt, not surprising at all from the 3-time defending World Cup champion.
Yeah, 3 World Cups in a row for Jackson, and he's showing you exactly how to win 3 World Cups in a row. Actually, he's not. Wow, this missed. This looked so promising. No
Yeah,
sevens here.
a
Oh
lot of good
no.
stuff. A lot of good stuff, but not quite there for the bingo. And meanwhile, a tale of two racks here. I guess Jason does have some good stuff as well. He's got some stuff to work with over on the other side in the SRT combo and the Z, but he needs some vowels in the worst way.
So Jackson has set up Soignes on his rack. Soigne is a valid 6. It has one back hook. It can take a back E, Soignee, but neither the 6 nor the 7 take an S. They're both adjectives, meaning carefully done. No sevens on this rack for Jackson. He's got to think about this one. Should he back out of this one, he's still got a tough decision. Exchanging just an O makes sense. Eginss is a great leave. Exchanging an S actually feels all right in this instance as well. Seems likely to hit. Or perhaps we'll see him play like GO or something. This is a very challenging turn for Jackson. What are you thinking here, Will? Would you exchange one And if so, which one would you exchange?
That's a great question. So the first thing is that I feel like Jackson is no stranger to going for the gold here. As you can see, he is going to go ahead and play this, and I'm so curious. Let's watch Jason carefully to see, is there any sign of a hold, any sign of action slowing down on his part? I haven't seen it yet. I definitely have not seen any utterance from him. And there's Jackson reaching for the bag. So I think we're seeing another fast one in the same vein as Zylan against Michael Fagan earlier. It's a very plausible looking word, as you said, Matt. This is valid if you drop that last S off as an adjective. So Jackson's gone for it with the bluff, and he's gotten away with it. And now the question of what to exchange is kind of moot.
I'm not 100% sure this play's been accepted. The courtesy draw rule is after just 15 seconds, and Jackson, right at the 15-second mark, went for it. But nope, the play's definitely been accepted if this is what Jason does. This is what makes Jackson good. He will play phonies when nobody else will, and people trust him a lot, perhaps too much.
Yeah, he's leveraging the fact that he is Jackson Smiley and that he probably knows better about a lot of these words, but he's picking words that have a really plausible look to them, that have viable reason to be valid. He's making bluffs at a really good time. It's not just randomly throwing crap onto the board. This is crazy like a fox on his part, and exchanging. What would you have exchanged? I probably would have just dumped an O on that first turn and hope for the best. But Jackson outdoing us all here, including the computer engines.
All right. Oh man, this is wild. Jason just plays biz, which makes sense. Draws more consonants onto his rack. Jackson has found bingo prone stuff, but also the Q. And while previously ejecting Q with QI was obvious, he's now going to have to hold on to the Q. He settled on what appears to be his top option of roved for 30, making BIZE. You hate holding the Q here, but you can't play it, and exchanging just doesn't make sense with 30 points lined up. Jackson can't feel great about playing this, but he needs to.
Yeah, he can get help for that Q. No U's on the board at all. Certainly, he needs to honor the fact that Biz on Jason's part is a play that, yeah, you could see that play be made with consonant overload, but you could also see it be made with a really good bingo leave containing an E. So you have to try to take that spot out now. It's just so easy to play 7-letter words, hooking that E on. Not to mention, you get a whole nice score here for roved, 30 points, nothing to sneeze at.
Nothing to sneeze at all. 98 to 27 now the score in Jackson's favor after the phony bingo on turn 1 and cashing in the E-hook on turn 2. Jason has DLNRSTY. The D is going to unlock several plays utilizing the droved hooks. DRY, extending out to the double word square makes sense. The nice 4-letter RYND, or perhaps tacking the S on the end to make RYNDS. Those look like the best options here for Jason, assuming he's going to capitalize on that hook. We might see him try to use this E and keep this spot alive for later on in the game, but I expect to play up here. What do you think, Will?
Yeah, I agree. It's interesting to evaluate those options you just laid out. So really it is between dry and rind, or maybe rinds in that spot. I feel like perhaps this is just an oversight. It is worth noting that droved is kind of a weird word. I think most of us think about drove as the past tense of drive, not as a verb in and of itself. And maybe Jason is not thinking about the D as a hook to roved at all. As you can see, he plays styled. I think if you were to tell Jason, hey, you can put a D on top of roved, he would not have played styled. Might have been something that it eluded his notice here.
Yeah, if you don't know the drove took or you're not certain of it, that's fine. You want to play down, but I still think you want to play entry down here instead of styled. Playing off that S, it's the third S out of just 4 in the game. I don't know. He might come back to regret that one. But alas, we're back on Jackson's turn, and it looks like he's going to get rid of the Q now.
Yeah, it looks like a good option here. This is a play that makes you feel a little bit better to make when you retain an I on your rack, as Jackson does. He's got that I, and if he draws something here, it's likely to follow up for a good score. But his vowel heavy leave, depending on what he draws, you could definitely imagine him playing a 7-letter bingo here. It looked like he was close, but not quite. He drew the V and another A. So he's going to have to work through some vowels next turn. But if he wants, he should have ways to score decently if he's willing to accept the risk of opening the triple lane at the base of the board. Ooh,
Jason's
aggressive.
going to play bottom. He's going to play COMB, open up a lot of stuff, but also keep the synergistic GNR combination, and that G can threaten big plays, front hooking roved to make groved. So,
Nice.
clever plan by Jason. We'll see if it pays off, but opening a big spot like that against Jackson, he's likely to hurt you. AAEEINV means there's not a big punish coming, but Jackson still threatens 30 plus points on the bottom of this board.
Yep, he'll be able to dump vowels and really not the draw that Jason. Oh my gosh. So keeping that GRN combination, you could easily have seen Jason pull an I and a couple other vowels and be bingoing with an ING word, hooking groved, as you said, Matt. Instead, we're unfortunately the growls of anger. You can't just keep adding R's to them the way you could in the comic books potentially. So this is looking like a potential exchange for Jason. But yeah, as you said, Matt, I think there will definitely be no shortage of blocking plays down low. The interesting thing, though, is that some of them, like Eve, which look very good, making Sice, they do allow plays going across to this other triple, and it looks like Jackson is going to take them both out in one go. I like this idea for him.
Yeah, I definitely like it. If you can address both of the spots and thwart Jason's plan to trade one for the other, you've got to do it. Like it from Jackson.
Yeah, that's very, I mean, it's got to have been tempting from his perspective to play Eve, leaving the slightly better, more balanced leave of AIN, but positionally, this is just so far superior.
Yeah, and Jason just can't. You can't even try to fight through that. BRR is just so bad, and unfortunately, we've just got it with the two R's. So yeah, you've got to throw back.
Yep. I guess the nice thing is he can keep an R with the knowledge that he's extremely unlikely or maybe impossible to draw a duplicated R, given there's one on the board and he just threw about 7 of them away. He's likely to draw some nice stuff that pairs well with this R. And we'll just have to see what that 7th tile is that's facing the wrong direction. But there's going to be a reprieve for Jason as Jackson really is going to have to slow down quite a bit. Either he's going to exchange or play something. It looks like he has his E and A set aside on the rack. He might be about to consider playing EGAD here, which might be just barely worth doing, Matt. What do you think?
Yeah, that's tough. EGAT is 21 because you're capitalizing on that Z tile. AAETU unsavory, but I'd rather have vowels than consonants on a board with this shape. I might be able to hit from the V next turn. I don't have to worry about BGAD front hooks because both Bs are already played. I could see playing EGAD. I think it's probably worth just putting some scoring pressure on, go up by over 100 and stay comfortable.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about that V and whether he has a surprising number of consonant draws that actually give him stuff there. He could draw the C for vacate. He could draw the L for valuta. Is there any other? Maybe that's it. So it would be great for him to spike one of those letters and threaten a nice scoring play in that spot. But maybe it's not all that likely. And I think the main value of this is just as a waiting move. The board is in a really nice shape for you, with the exception of the roved hooks, which I wonder if Jackson has picked up on the play of styled and that D being played down low instead of hooking droved, where it might have been more productive. Maybe he feels more comfortable with the board shape for that reason.
Yeah, I wonder if Jackson's made any sort of read, like perhaps Jason doesn't know Drove because he played off a D. Maybe he just had double Ds on that rack and needed to play one. But it's all moot now. Jason's going to pounce on the hook with his P. He's going to play Wept up top for 30 points.
Yeah, that looks good. Clunky set of tiles for sure for Jason. A whole bunch of mid pointers on the rack there. W, P, F, C. At least he can get rid of two of those. I do feel like the R is a nice bridge between the F and the C. And of course, he is about to set the record for most R's drawn in a single game, seemingly.
Oh my God. All right, Jason, you got to shake the bag after you exchange. You need to shake those R's up and put them at the bottom. You put them on top, you reached on top, and you grabbed them all back. Work on your drawing technique, bud. Ugh.
Yeah.
All right. I'll point out one thing on Jackson's turn, just because of the extension alert. Outwept is good. Outwept also addresses the new 7 line that Jason created up here. I wonder if Jackson spots it. It's tricky, but that looks really solid at first glance to me, Will.
That's interesting. Yeah, it looks great positionally. It looks like he has spotted it. Man, he is in really good form, I have to say. I've been very, very impressed by Jackson's play every time we've seen him, which has been a bunch now. This is not a trivial play to spot for the reason of when you have the J on your rack, your focus becomes how can I deploy this J for the most points I can get here. And unfortunately, or rather, I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate, he's figured out that there really is no super productive J play. And he can take this opportunity not only to address this sevens lane, as you said, Matt, it's going to be much more difficult to get a play down. He's also made a spot where the J maybe comes back and plays for a decent score. So depending on what he draws. So very nice play on his part. And now I haven't gotten the exact tally of how many R's Jason's drawn, but I feel like it's time to keep track of that because it's getting close to like 10 here.
Yeah, it's getting nuts. We have a new word alert as well. Jackson could threaten down the road if he draws a blank. VAXXED. That could be killer if he opts to fish for it. I got to teach you all the new words because I don't know who's studied them and who hasn't yet. But
I
God, I don't want to
definitely
know Jason's turn.
I
Ugh.
definitely have not, and that would not be a play I would see, but it would be. I'm sure Jackson is thinking about that as a potential man. If I could just dump my J and keep this other stuff, maybe I hit this massive play, which would be awesome to see. But yeah, this is a brutal turn for Jason. He has just nothing doing. This W is the only triple open, and with his tiles, there's absolutely no way he's doing anything with that W there. So what the heck do you even do here? I honestly don't know what I would do. I mean, Siri, exactly is he getting set to do that? That does have the benefit of leaving him with just one R, but at a huge cost of just opening the triple. You just have to know Jackson is going to punish most of the
Yeah,
time.
Jackson is so close to like exacted or something for 1,000,000 points, but there are just no other plays out of this rack. And if you exchange again, if you're Jason, you're just going to get outrun. You're going to be down 150 next turn. And even if you draw bingo out of the bag, you're done. I don't know. That was a hard turn. I probably would have held my breath and just done exactly what Jason did. You have to do something and hope Jackson's just got an abysmal rack. After Jackson's last 2 turns of egad, after thinking for a long turn and then outwept, there's a good chance he's got vowels and I might just get hit with like acutely eye or acute. Maybe I don't get punished as hard as I think. I think you got to roll the dice there if you're Jason. You've just drawn so poorly.
In fact, Jackson really does not have a way of using his J or X on the triple despite that super aggressive opening, which is kind of crazy to see that. But I don't really see a play that's going to allow Jackson to score super well on that C. It's going to be up to him to, yeah, Cade he has set up here, CADE. That is literally the best he can really do off of that C. And I feel like at this score, that's okay. You can play Cade for 21 points here, leaving the J and X, and just hope that once you close that triple lane, you're going to have plenty of ammunition to keep the scoring pressure up for the next few turns. I think I would play Cade here, Matt, as weird as that looks.
I know that I would spend a while before I did anything out of this turn. Cade feels wild. You're basically committing to this game plan of, I'm not going to bingo, at least not until the very end of the game, because I'm going to have at least two moves where I've got to play off this J and then the X, assuming I don't have to block anything else you open in the interim. So you're committing to basically not bingoing again, or not bingoing again until very late. And with two blanks unseen, and a huge bingo line here that is really tough to obstruct. I don't know. I don't want to get stuck in a situation where I can't bingo, but I'm not leaving this spot open with two unseen blanks. It's really
Yeah,
challenging. It's
it
really
is.
challenging.
It feels horrible because you know that there is no chance leaving JX that you will ever get a bingo. And as you said, there is a pretty good spot for it right here if you're able to, get your rack into bingo shape. Looks like he set Jade up on the rack here, though I'm not 100% sure yet where he would be looking to play that. I think he's going to grudgingly play Cade, and it doesn't feel good, but I really do actually think that's the right play for him here.
Yeah, man, there's nothing else. Yeah, that's
By
so rough.
default, you're never going to feel that good making this, and until he learns after the game that there really wasn't anything better, you're going to be have a little nagging doubt. I mean, most of us, I certainly would have a little doubt in my head of like, God, could that have been the right play? And you're not going to know until you check after the fact. And I think he's done well to pull the trigger on that. Note the clock though. This is a rarity. Jackson playing fast in general certainly has a huge lead in the game, but I rarely see Jackson 6 minutes down on the clock to anyone.
He'll be fine. He's Jackson Smiley. He'll be fine.
True. Yeah, he
Back
can
over to
kick it into
Jason.
gear. He kicks it into gear like nobody else. So sorry, Matt. Go ahead.
Yeah, he can if he needs to, for sure. Jason has a tough turn. I mean, the natural instinct out of this is to play the letters OFF, keep AERT together. OFF plays for a decent score right there. That's 25. Like, all right, checks all the boxes, right? But there's one spot to bingo, and Jackson is very likely to pounce there. And then that's it. You're game over. So if you're Jason, you need to keep looking on this turn. You need to find a way to open another segment of the board. I think a play of AFF up here might even be more appropriate than playing OFF, riding the equity train and just losing. There is a sneaky option, tough to spot, but the word forfeit right here through this I think is Jason's best option in this situation with two blanks still in that bag to go digging for. Forfeit is anything but a forfeit. It blows this one wide open, and right on cue, here comes Jason. So if he's able to play forfeit, and then he's able, oh yeah, a G doesn't quite hit back, AF. If he's able to reach in and draw a blank, we've got a game on our hands yet. This is fantastic from Jason.
Yeah, positionally, it looks very much called for here. You do have the two blanks. You're setting up a triple lane that's a little bit awkward sometimes to block. That F is going to be difficult to play through in this direction. That being said, it's definitely possible that Jackson will have a play that just blocks it going down. But actually, it's not clear to me that he has a good play on that side of the F. He could elect to just play axe right here if he wants. That is a partial block, but it's not, ironclad, maybe there aren't that many things that play through with FA as the second and third letter of the word. So he may opt to do that and feel pretty confident that he's managed to block. But there you go, Matt. Laguna's finding its way onto Jason's rack. Sure. Sure, if we lost audio here. It looks like Matt's drawing. He's
Oh
suggesting.
man, I muted myself. Yeah,
Oh,
that's my fault. I said, what a fantastic swing from Jason. Even better than reaching into the bag and drawing a blank is drawing a natural bingo that's unlikely to get blocked. So you get two chances at the two, or seven chances at the two blanks next turn. This is a huge swing for Jason. He's navigated some really unwieldy racks early, but he's done everything he can to keep his odds alive, playing from a deficit fantastically, making things hard for Jackson and forcing several plays in a row. Jackson's now forced to keep the awkward EJPT, and Laguna's coming down. But unfortunately, even before Jackson draws, we see Jest is going to come down for 57 next turn.
yeah, he'll take a big bite out of the Laguna's, whatever. That's going to score 72, but he's going to respond with 57, which is not quite an equalizer, but pretty close. So Jason, even though he's bingoing, is not making up as much ground as he thought. But look at that draw for Jackson. I wonder if he doesn't have anything better. There actually are a couple longer words that I see with this, not necessarily that fit on this board, but Jackson might take a moment to look before. I think now he would be playing just, but yeah, this looks like a really nice draw for Jackson with a lead that first blank.
Yeah, and Jason reaches in and does not get the blank. He finds two O's, two A's, and an H. That's going to be awkward. Jackson now threatens just JUST for 57. That would hold EOP blank. Huge pull from Jackson. Just as it looked like this one might get interesting yet again, Jackson's found goodies, and Jason has found some rough stuff. Jason's got to feel good about having Halo right now available, but he has to know that there's almost no chance that that doesn't get blocked by Jackson. And as Will said, Jackson's rack does make a longer word. In fact, it forms an 8 with an S, but that S is not quite in the wrong or in the right spot. So Jackson's unable to get that bingo down. There's a little puzzle for you watching along in the chat or afterwards if you want to find the 8 in Jackson's rack plus an S.
Yeah, it's a toughie. Just looks great. Already being suggested readjust. In fact, I think pre-adjust is a word too. So with that P on the rack, you could draw all the other stuff that you need. But that's not very likely. Looks like Jason is about to play what feels like by far his best option here of know-how, assuming he's okay with removing this threat off the board, which I think is extremely marginal and unlikely that you're ever going to get a play through FA. I think know-how is warranted to open up more lines on the board, score nicely, and hope that, again, you can pull one of those blanks. Jason doesn't know that Jackson already has one, but there's still one lurking that could help him out.
Yeah, easily the top option here from Jason. Good job of him identifying that and not falling into a time trap there. Just get it done with, and let's see what we draw. AEEEOP blank now the rack for Jackson. He kept EOP blank and found 3 more vowels into it. So while we thought he was going to threaten a bingo, that is not in the cards, and he's going to have to figure out if he wants to block or if he's just going to ride equity train. Plays with the P over here, like PEE, are great. OPE on either side of know how to block is also a play that makes sense to do. But with the blank in tow, I don't know if you want to block or if you just want to score a bunch and try to win the game. What are you thinking here, Will? How would you approach this turn? Defense or offense?
It's just tough given Jackson's tiles to see a great defensive option. Certainly that addresses the open lanes of know-how here. I do feel like what I'm looking for right now is, does Jackson have any cool plays here? So it looks like he's getting set to play Ope. The fun thing about that, like if he draws an R, for example, which of course, as we know, Jason has incredibly miraculous R drawing skills, and there's no way Jackson will draw an R. But if he were to draw an R, now you're setting up a nice follow-up play. I'm just wondering, like, if Jackson plays something like P here, are there any words that start with EFA that he can draw into? These are the things that I'm looking at here, just to see, is there some cool setup that he might be able to make. I think maybe there is no great option. Ope is nice just because it scores 25 points. Prevents any future shenanigans in that spot on Jason's part for the most part. Maybe not actually, because you still get hit a lot, but I guess it's just nice to score 25 points, keep the blank, and go for a knockout bingo from this H or N.
Yeah, it's a tough turn. A lot of plays do pretty similar things, but you do want to think about what you may be able to construct in the top part of the board. I think this Jackson had a way to make it really, really interesting earlier. He had the play of JEE previously, and it would actually hold both an A and a T to threaten this next turn, but there were five other unseen A's, and just didn't quite make sense. We'll see, to be determined, but I think the F in this second position really thwarts most of the big setups you could try to do over there. Yeah, here we go. PEE, that does set up a front E, but I ran a check. There are no words of any length that begin with the three-tile combination EFA. So, no possibilities to build anything cool there. Unfortunately, that red square will never get hit, no matter what.
Yeah, I guess the nice thing looking at the remaining tiles before they shift back to Jason's POV is that this is the last O. You can't duplicate it, so it's probably a little bit more okay than usual to keep it, knowing there isn't another one lurking. And also, the vowel consonant ratio was, I think it looked like it was a little bit from Jackson's POV skewed such that he was likely to draw some consonants. And now you can see immediately it took him about a tenth of a second, Matt, to spot hyoidean potentially from this H, which would be a huge blow for him in this game.
I mean, Jackson does not want to play a bingo late in the game that opens a triple triple. He would like to play any other valid bingo if he can avoid it, but I think that's the one. Oh, he's going to have it down to the N in Lagunas if that stays open as well.
Oh, right. Yeah, there you go.
Now, I don't think that's going to stay open. Of course, the chemistry teacher immediately finding the element gallium right there. That looks to be a really solid play for Jason. He may think about playing through the N instead, but most of his good options use one of those two tiles. Malign, as he's got set up now, or Malling are plays that play through this N. You need to score some points now. You need to take a chunk because you're down 100. You need to play off a bunch of tiles and go digging for these, but you need to keep a stable enough nucleus that you can weather a couple of these if you draw them. This is a hard turn for Jason. You're grasping at straws, but you want to figure out how to make this 10% to win instead of 2% to win. Gallium makes it hard to bingo next turns. It's hard to overlap that GA, but with a bunch of I's and O's, maybe you can draw it. I'd be more inclined, though, to try to get that M up here at the top of the word. It's just easier to overlap.
Yeah, Malign looks like it has slightly more realistic odds of following up with a bingo as an overlapping play there. Also worth noting, mauling with the same letters. I think that's a noun. That means like going to the mall or something like that. That looks like it scores the same as gallium and makes a little bit more realistic of a threat going as an overlap across. So again, though, malign, gallium, and mauling are all really, really hair-splitting type plays, and Jason's winning percentage is pretty low right now, and it's about to get lower as Jackson is going to hit hyoidean in short order, and I guess maybe, just maybe, Jason could draw the second blank Maybe he gets a triple triple through Hyoidian. Can we get so lucky as to get some fireworks here, Matt?
It is certainly possible. You're saying there's a chance. There are not too many good vowels left in the pool. Most of the good vowels are on Jackson's rack, but it is certainly possible. We have seen crazier things happen. Here is the swing from Jason. He's going to play VALGAL, which is
Uh,
not a valid word. Jackson smirks, but then he's like, "Well, actually, I'm allowed to play Hyoidian for a really great score, and and now you're not going to triple back. I might actually just let this go and take the insta win."
yeah, it's tough too because Jackson isn't. I guess he still is kind of in a scenario where he needs to maximize his spread. If somebody else, if Jason were to catch him in this game, maybe you have to worry about your spread not being big enough. But really, Jackson is in a position where he has almost no incentive to challenge this word if he is at all not 1,000,000% sure that it's phony, because, as you pointed out at the outset of the broadcast, Matt, Jackson really just needs to win a game, and he's essentially clinched for the victory in this event. So the incentive is extremely strong for Jackson to let this stay, play Hyoidian, and get to the finish line with a nearly assured win.
Jackson has to know this is no good. Like, this is a 5, and Jackson would know if this took a front hook. So Jackson, I bet, is extremely confident this is invalid. But I mean, now I can play my bingo scot-free, as opposed to maybe there's a chance if I challenge this off and play Hyoidian here that something terrible happens. He's also got to be thinking, though, if you play this, I bet you don't have either blank. And if I play Hyoidian here, I'd probably go in and get the other one and then bingo again and beat you by 250. So Jackson is counting now, trying to figure out, can I bingo and then bingo again? I don't know. I'm looking at the spread too, and this would put Jackson 3 games up with 3 games to go, but Cesar del Solar already has a nearly equivalent spread to Jackson. If Cesar beats Jackson 3 times in a row as well, Jackson won't win the tournament. So spread matters, but Jackson lets it go. I think this is probably not a courtesy draw, but just an I accept. I'm going to play Hyoidian and just win the game, even though I know that that's not a word.
Yeah, in a different game scenario, Jackson is challenging that quickly, and that's my prediction. But this is just the right set of circumstances for him to go ahead. Not just the game situation, but also the fact that he has this easy 86-point bingo that formerly opened to triple triple and now does not, as you said, Matt. I think all those reasons make it make sense to me. But man, he had to have been close to pulling the trigger there.
And Jackson actually had an 84-point bingo available, ideology, instead of Hyoidian, which opened this spot. But whatever, water under the bridge. He navigated the complicated position well, so it's fine. And he's going to be rewarded with like twink and an R and an N. So, all right. Jason did find the blank, but I think it's going to be far too little, far too late.
Another R for him. I'm so curious to count that total, how many he's managed to draw. But yeah, it's been a lot without question.
If there were just 2 tiles in the bag instead of one, maybe we can fish for aluminium or something, but there's
Oh,
just
wow.
1 tile left for Jason. I don't think there's much to even fish for here. I think you just lose.
Yeah, just got to play out the string at this point. And again, we look at the score and we say, damn, Jason drew really bad letters and this was just a tough one. But you can't forget turn one, right? Turn one, Jackson went for it, played the plausible looking but invalid soignes. And Jason didn't bat an eye seemingly and let that word stay on the board. So, Jackson definitely, we know how good he is at all of the fundamental skills, finding valid words, board control, end game, pre-end game, but he's also incredibly good at leveraging his reputation as Jackson Smiley. We've seen it a few times already in the broadcast, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing that ever happened to my Scrabble game was the time I fluked over 2000 because everybody thought I was good. Everybody got scared. Everybody changed the way they played against me. I was the same dude who had been trucking along at 1800, but all of a sudden my opponents were scared of me. And that makes an enormous difference. You can see Jackson's opponents intimidated by his word knowledge, intimidated by how much he's studied, intimidated by his track record, 3-time Word Cup champion, and he certainly leverages that to his advantage.
Yeah, so let's see. Hume, what is Jason considering here? Man, he really does not have a wealth of options. Even through this open triple, you would say, oh, geez, surely I have something. Looks like the best he can muster in that spot is something like Muni, which is very uninspiring. But I think given the unseen tiles, I would want to cover that spot, if only because the K works really well there for Jackson if he were to have it. And indeed, he is setting up something like Wink in that spot, which will score quite well. So if I'm Jason and I'm still trying to grind this out and make good decisions, even though this game hasn't gone the way I would have wanted, I would probably be thinking about something like that here. Yeah, this game is somewhat academic at this point.
Well, just for fun, so we have something to talk about. There is an E in the bag right now. Jason can't know that. Jackson's rack is random after the bingo, but should Jason decide, I'm going to try to bingo, I'm going to fish an I, he'll draw rhenium, Rheniums, I think, right here.
Huh.
And I don't know that Jackson, I mean, he probably would block it, but it would take away his ability to play Wink if that happened. Now, I don't think Jason's going to fish. You can't assume you're going to draw the E. You're probably going to draw one of these N's or the W the way this game is gone. Actually, the way this game is gone, you're certain to draw that R out of the bag. But yeah, maybe.
But going through those possibilities is definitely, that's the hallmark of really strong players. And you can see Jason's grappling with this turn, even though, like I said, the game didn't go the way he wanted, but he's still trying to come up with a good play here. And it is well worth considering holding that blank. And with one tile in the bag, what could I do? What single tile could I play off that gives me a chance of bingoing either through the N of know-how, or do I have some crazy plays that go through the L and G and U and N as 9-letter words? Mere mortals. Certainly, I count myself in the class of players that find it extremely difficult to try to fish for disconnected 9-letter words in the end game, but it's still fun to try, even if it's usually a failure.
Oh, God, Jason has a bingo in CSW right now through that N at the top of the board.
Yeah, I
That's
did see
incredible.
that. Yeah, that would be nice. I think I've actually played that word before, but yeah, that's a tough one. But I don't know if Jason's played too much Collins to have that lurking in his mind and making him even more frustrated than he was already, which may be a blessing here.
Well, Jason used to play a lot of Collins. He played OOP at me at the Nationals that he nearly won. That's how confused he used to be about it. But I think I actually saw you play this CSW word and commentated on it too. It's like, what? There are like 4 Collins words and they come up all the time. Everybody plays Vortstack and everybody plays this one, I guess.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, it looks like he has the letters almost set up for that word too. But yeah, Jason, a long time, much like myself, before playing Scrabble, I was a Boggle player for many, many years, about a decade or more. And I actually knew Jason through that scene for, again, like a decade before I ever met him in person. We were very, very frequent online Boggle opponents, and it was absolutely no surprise to see him get into Scrabble a year or two after I did and really rocket up the ranks extremely fast. That was no surprise given the level of word knowledge that he had already amassed from playing a different word game for quite some time. So yeah, he's been at the top of Scrabble for quite a while. He's in second place behind Jackson here. Not really a surprise to anybody that knows him. And as you said, Matt, he narrowly came a game away from potentially winning the national championship about a decade ago.
Yeah, the 2015 Nationals in Buffalo, New York, I believe it was, or 2014. Jason Lee was in the championship game against Conrad Bassett Bouchard, ended up dropping that game, and I think dropping to third or fourth overall, but literally one game from winning the whole enchilada was Jason. He's no slouch. And the fact that he was able to get that good after just a few years, that's awesome. It's such a unique experience, too. Most people come to Scrabble, they've got some experience playing a lot of other strategy games, and mostly they've got to pick up the words to get at a competitive level. I wonder how it feels to come from the opposite perspective. I've already got all the tools I need, and now I just need to figure out a little bit of the strategy, and I'm good. So interesting, but when you do know the words, you've got all the tools. You can burst on the scene, focus entirely on your strategy, and take the world by storm, a la Jason Lee or a la Will Anderson. I want to say twerking, so I'm going to point it out. Jackson could play twerking.
Nice. It's actually
It's
a
not a
pretty good
good play.
play. It's not that bad though, because it scores decently and sets him out to go out in two. I think it's actually not all that bad compared to other plays that he has available here. So it's a reasonable play. I think Twink and Cadet, as you suggest, ends up slightly being a little bit better, scoring 11 more points and presumably still giving you some outplays in various locations. But yeah, twerking would be pretty funny to see be done over the Scrabble board. Maybe not the way some of you would want, but hey, that's Scrabble for you. But you got to be careful with Scrabble. There are a lot of things that we say commentating Scrabble, like, oh wow, diarrhea is a fantastic thing to have here. Like that's only in Scrabble can you say stuff like that.
I got to scream Joe Edley has dildos on the SPC stream. And I mean, if you had told the 12-year-old me who read about this character in Word Freak and then saw him on Word Wars that 20 years later I'm going to scream Joe has dildos, I never would have guessed it. And now I get to write twerking twink on the screen because those are the best and second best end games for Jackson respectively. I
Beautiful.
love this game. The narratives write themselves. My brother bingoed out with arsehole on me to beat me by 270 last week. Like, Scrabble's awesome. I love it. And Jackson foregoes twerking for twink instead.
Yeah, as you said, Matt, that's his best end game play. And when we say that, just to be more specific, we mean that kind of chess style. That is the optimal play that guarantees Jackson the largest margin of victory. And man, not only does Jackson make his best play, Jason making his, which is an extremely difficult and impressive find, Matt.
That's insane, man. Jason Lee's still a freaking beast, even though he lost this one. Like, that vision to spot that sequence, even when you're getting crushed, that's awesome. We'll try overhead mic, see if it's working today. If not, I may cut back in soon, but let's give it a shot.
What'd you say? For me, 317.
Friendship. But,
I hate it though.
I know,
That's
but
no good. It's literally the only way.
I want to shoot it plus five. Like, I was almost sure it was not good, but I said there's a chance. And the only way I win is, like, if you make a challenge and it's won. So I was like, you know what, I'll just go. Because I didn't want to do anything else. I needed to.
No, I know, yeah.
That was my only way. I was like, maybe there's a small chance.
Anyways, close to the challenge. I hate it, but it's like 100% win.
I know. That's why I was like, it's probably going to stay in.
Yeah.
I have no vowels. So my first vowel. Then I like bracket.
So you did have another extra style though.
No, I know I am.
So,
Fuck good.
I didn't like it at first either. I know Scorny with the E doesn't do that.
Yeah, that's what's weird. I was like, do I just go with 6? I guess I just need 6.
It's a good as a 6, yeah. I kind of I find myself into it. It's such a tough position.
I was like, how do I know this word? I read this word. I'm like, do I just go with 6? That's why
I know. It looks so bad, man. I know it looks bad. I know you hate it. It was a dumb one.
I know you gotta lose.
Yeah, but we're probably close to challenge.
I was close. I was like,
Ooh, Battle of Montreal.
this was like, what am I showing you?
Yeah.
FR. UC keeping RRR. FIR keeping CIR. I don't know. This force is
Oh, this is good. Yeah. I was so close. I had AEJX. I don't know. I didn't like that first. One game 6 is like yes.
Yeah, it's like, how did I know? That's the only reason. I know funny. Somehow I knew the word. Yeah, I was close. Yeah, but you gave me a biz. I was like, I got an S. No vowel. RTNB. I was like, you know what? I can do it.
All right, well, forgive me if you've heard the storyline before. Jackson, with a tough first rack, plays a phony on turn 1. It stays on the board, and he cruises to a victory after that. We've seen exactly that same narrative twice now. Sorry, that's on me. I can't think of very many scripts, just not feeling the creative juices as I recover from COVID. So that's what we got again. With that win, Jackson Smiley now 3 games up on the entire NWL field with 3 games to go. We're going to go look at standings. We're going to go look at results, figure out if we even feel like there's drama there or if we want to pivot over to CSW. But we are going to wait for all of the results to come in all divisions to make sure we give the most informed decision possible. Again, Jackson Smiley now 11-1. Jason Lee will drop to 8-4 after that round 12 defeat at the hands of Jackson. Looks like this is Jackson's tournament to lose. He'll have to win just one of his next 3 games, and this one's all but done. So we'll figure out what we want to do in NWL land or CSW land, but we are going to need a few minutes to get those results in. So we're going to cut to a little break. Y'all at home, before we do that, make sure we hit that thumbs up button. It's the finals today, baby. We got 3 games to go. I want everybody watching Scrabble before NFL kickoff. Maybe we'll even keep them here the first 15 minutes after NFL kickoff. You know, Scrabble 1, NFL 2. College football, we're not going to talk about it ever again, please and thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to cut to a break. We'll be back in a few minutes, and I'll drop the matchup in chat as soon as we know what it's going to be. Stay tuned, folks. Thanks for your patience during that break. I had to run downstairs and grab my fire extinguisher because on stream, once again, is Matthew Tunnicliffe. And the last time we showed him play, he scored 741 points, setting a new career high and burning down the building in the process. So, fire extinguisher on hand, and we are ready to play some Scrabble. Matt Canik joined by Will Anderson this morning, bringing you the final 3 games from Lake George. And boy, this one's going to be big. First place, Matthew Tunnicliffe. Second place, Josh Sokol. I am so stoked. Will, are you ready for this?
I am. I'm excited because few players have the defensive acumen to slow down the freight train that is Matthew Tunnicliffe. But if anybody in this division does, I would give Josh Sokol the best shot at it. Such a good, board control specialist, has such a great idea of offense, defense, and everything in between. Let's see if Josh can get a much needed win here with Matthew 2 games up with 3 to go. You can see not much more required for Matthew to finish this tournament off, but a couple challengers, Josh included, are going to try to delay that from happening.
And the storyline we've painted is this CSW field is stacked. I just want to emphasize there are some very good players who are deep down in these standings. When you have so many strong players in a field, well, somebody's got to lose, right? Matthew Tunnicliffe, 2 games up with 3 to go. 3 players nipping at his heels. Josh, no surprise. And Erickson Smith having himself a great tournament as well. If Matthew Tunnicliffe wins this one, it's going to be hard for anybody to catch him. But a Josh win here blows this thing wide open. Let's cut over to the board. I think the players are bagging the tiles up. I think we're ready to go. So with that, Matthew Tunnicliffe, Josh Sokol, let's play some Scrabble.
Yeah, it's going to be a good matchup. No surprise to see Matthew at the top of the standings. He's been on a really, hot streak. You're talking about burning the building down, but it feels like he has won a huge number of multi-day events in 2024. No surprise to anybody that's played him. He is super strong, former
Wow. Such an exciting matchup that the stream couldn't handle it and fell down. All right. Once again, Matthew Tunnicliffe, Josh Sokol, huge game, 3 rounds to go, 2-game lead for Matthew. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble.
Yeah, I'll let these players get to it here. Not sure which of the 2 is going first. Looks like it must be Matthew sitting on the left going first. Let's see if he can start off hot like he did in that earlier game on the stream. But actually, I feel like, yes, we know that Matthew has put up some huge scores, not just at this tournament, but in his career. But what I associate with him is incredible resourcefulness. And yeah, I think we're very likely to see Trank be played instantaneously here. But Matthew is so good at finding winning chances from games where it just doesn't feel like there's anything there. So he is a very difficult player to go up against. But frankly, I really feel the same way about Josh.
They're both really good. There's a lot of people out there right now who are really good at Scrabble. We will see. A Trank, every time it is the opening play, everybody should be thinking about exactly the same thing. The 3-letter extension that it opens up out to the triple would require a U and 2 other tiles. Josh has that U on his rack. We'll see if he chooses to keep it. He's got plays down from the queue using his U, QUOAD, or without using his U, QORMA. both options here for Josh. What does your gut say, Will? Would you keep the U here and play Korma, or would you keep double R's and play Quode?
Yeah, I think that's more the key is that those two plays that are very, very similar in score. Korma actually does get you a couple extra points, but even though it keeps the U left over, which normally you would consider to be a bit of an encumbrance, it does keep DRU, which is a little bit more balanced and flexible of a leave, especially if he manages to pull IL from the bag. That you're going to be very happy that you kept it. So I feel like in general, the specter of duplicated R's is a little more, worth avoiding to me than just a U when meshed with a couple of other decent bingo tiles. So I do expect to see Korma, but that is a word that, those Q words without a U can sometimes escape notice, Matt. We actually saw, of all people, in a game earlier, I think we saw Mac Miller not see QOPH in a move where I think he would have played it, which if it can happen to Mac, it can happen to literally anyone.
Yeah, it's always tough to spot those, and Korma with the Q is a CSW only word, so maybe just a little bit of extra positional blindness there for Josh, who's still a little new to the CSW game, but we'll see. Another fun thing about this turn is Matthew Tunnicliffe threatens bingos with either an L in space or an M in space. And if Josh plays Korma, that M is not quite going to be in the right spot, but if he opts to do anything else with the M, maybe Matthew Bingo's next turn.
Yeah. I just wonder, it feels like Josh has not spotted it yet. It's been 2.5 minutes. Okay, never mind. I was about to say, looked like he was getting set to play something else entirely, but maybe he was just weighing Korma and Quode there. Anyway, I think he's made for sure the right decision, and it looks like Matthew is pretty likely to slap down Paraben pretty quickly, unless maybe he's going to find something. Now there's definitely better stuff parallel to Korma, so he's going to have to reassess his plan, I think.
Yeah, this is classic long versus short Scrabble decision once again. 35 points for Matthew Tunnicliffe if he plays the 5-letter BEARE or PEARE. Pretty equivalent plays there. But just a play of APE, APE, holding BEAR, keeps you nice and bingo prone with the T and I guess sort of an N. Create another line down here. Do we want to play offense for next turn, or do we want to grab the points right now? Or perhaps do we just want to turn over tiles and play Paraben? 3 different options. They do 3 different things for Matthew Tunnicliffe. This is a tough turn.
Made tougher by the fact that Matthew has clearly spotted that if this M were just one space over, he would be bingoing with Ab Ampere here. But as you can see, the board is just not quite long enough. So that, spotting that you have an 8-letter word through a letter on the board that is one space away from fitting an incredible bingo is a little bit annoying, but stuff like that actually does, like, the faster you can forget about that, the better. We're all human. Of course, he's going to see that and be mildly disappointed, but you don't want to spend more than a couple of seconds bemoaning your luck in that case. And he has gone back to setting his rack up the way it was initially. Hopefully he can come to a decision about those nice parallel plays that you mentioned, Matt, before it gets too much later.
He's tunneled straight in on the word Paraben. He saw it almost immediately, even before Josh played Korma. And I don't know that he spotted the parallels here. Now he's focused on Ape here. Those plays like Ape are so hard to make because the tile bag decides your next turn, not you. You're either going to draw baby bingo and hit it, or you're going to miss and be very sad. There he goes. He set up the 5 now. I think you probably take the points here. The one bad thing about these plays are they get smacked back by parallels so often, and those parallels can hit for even more. But 35 points is a lot to leave on the table. I think I'd play the 5 here.
Yeah, it looks good. Of course, you hate to get hit. If you imagine bear being played, you can get hit with an X, a Z, a slew of other good tiles. The X and the Z probably you're going to see with plays going down like this, but you'll also see plenty of 5-letter overlaps that score a boatload. And whoa,
Whoa.
okay, this is a stunner of a play here. No way Josh isn't going to challenge, and he instantly challenges this. And I wonder what Matthew was thinking. I mean, clearly he's thinking of paraben, but what
And
else is out?
carotene.
Yeah, other words like carrageen, maybe, but either way, this is going to get challenged, and that's a big swing for Josh. Now, Josh gets the ability to play his bingo that he clearly saw of vestured. He just has to make sure that he's not giving Matthew anything back.
Yeah, he's going to slow down, though. You don't just instantly put down vestured here. You want to think all of this through and make sure you're not giving anything else. Josh has other bingos, too. Verdures plays through this R. So we'll see him slow down. We'll see him decide between verdures through different R's or vestured. But again, we already called it out. The only bingo or only tiles that allow Matthew to play an 8 out of this rack are an L or an M. He's not going to get either of those from Josh. Josh has to think all of this through. I just typed it into an anagrammer, and he has to use his brain. But here he goes. And look at that face Josh is making, too. What is wrong with you? Why would you do that? Thanks, man.
Yeah, so Vergers comes down here for 68. I actually didn't know if Josh had seen that, but he actually does see it here. So that's reasonable. I actually wondered if maybe he would consider playing it through this R, knowing Matthew's rack and that he doesn't really have a 6-letter word that can go down to the triple. That could have been an option for Josh here, but he didn't take very much time. And I think that's kind of a good thing. Sometimes you can really get wrapped up in making the absolute best play based on your opponent's exact tiles. Sometimes that's a really good idea. Other times it's just kind of a waste of your clock and you want to move on with the game.
All right, BEIMOTU is Josh's post bingo draw as Matthew quickly plays what he thought about playing last turn. It's far safer now. I think the play is again on hold. Josh doesn't seem to like it. Maybe this word seems unfamiliar. And again, in the CSW lexicon, if you're just joining us, we play with 5-point challenge in North America. So Josh is able to challenge this word and would just give Matthew Tunnicliffe 5 extra points, would not lose his turn. I love watching his face. Let's just sit here and watch all of the emotions that Josh processes on this turn.
Yeah, the anti Nigel Richards, who is legendary for his poker face being so unflappable that nobody can tell whether he's winning, losing, or anything in between. Josh definitely more wearing his emotions on his sleeve, and I definitely appreciate that about him. Not everything has to be emotionless, inhuman, all of those things that, you see it in poker and chess and other games. It's okay to emote. Josh is a champion level player that emotes quite a bit over the board, and I appreciate him for that.
I mean, we saw world champion David Eldar pop off at his most recent tournament. So yeah, I like seeing emotion in Scrabble. I think we need a little bit more of it. Faceless robots spelling words is not the sex appeal we need to grow this game. So wear your emotions on your sleeve. Just always have fun with it and don't actually be a jerk about it.
Sounds good to me. So yeah, this is tough though for Josh. He doesn't really know too much. After Bear, he does know that Matthew has PAE on his rack. I don't think that's really actionable to help him decide much. I guess if anything, it means you're slightly likelier to be vowel heavy than usual. You know that your opponent has 2 vowels. So maybe that's crossing his mind. Can I make a play that might exploit my opponent's potential vowel heaviness? I don't really know exactly what that would be. It feels like Josh's options are kind of limited here by his clunky, OUBM combination. I don't know. I'm not sure if I see a great play for him. Maybe he'll want to play something like bitumen into this end just to shed as much of that clunk in one go as possible. Um, that seems fine. I actually like this option too of biome, Matt. This looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, I think the big thing is you don't want to open too much of this board. The way you've got this V out in space is good in defensive, and while plays back hooking bear are still available, putting all these floaters out in space, I just don't think it's a risk you need to take. I love this decision from Josh, the type of solid play we've come to expect from him. And this is the type of unsolid drawing we have not come to expect from Matthew Tunnicliffe, but maybe he burned all of his luck in that 741 game we streamed earlier. Into AEP, he draws AAOU. If Josh knew that, well, he could have easily opened this board. And now Matthew will have a tough decision to make here. Does he try to work through with OUPA, holding AAE? Does he try to play PAUA, P-A-U-A, down to this S? Or does he throw this all back? Oh man, this is rough. What is your gut telling you to do here, Will?
my gut is not liking this. I'm feeling some rumbling and I'm feeling some discomfort in my gut as a result of looking at Matthew's tiles. But if I actually had to try to make a play here, geez, I mean, there is no play without severe warts here. I think my gut is suggesting that the actual plays that you could put on the board are all so flawed that I'm considering exchanging here for sure. I just don't love the idea of playing Powas here and just exposing such an easy, flexible. There's two triples, one that you can hit with a 6-letter word ending in most vowels. The other is just simple overlaps right here with the right tiles. I would just hate to, for the sake of trying to score a couple points and get closer to balance on my rack, just expose myself to a 40 or 50 point play in response. And then you have Powa here, which is setting up an S that you don't have. You do set up an O that you do have. So maybe this is more palatable slightly, Matt. I might be able to make that play here.
Oh my god, yeah. POA doesn't give much back. It sets up a big S hook that you don't have, but it's going to be a little bit hard to address if for Josh, and it'll just kind of sit there until one of the two of you draws an S. That's something. I don't know. All of these plays are so bad. I might sit there for like 6 minutes and then just be sad and play right here and hope I don't get hit back for 50, and then I'd get hit back for 50. That's probably how I'd approach this turn.
Yeah, it's a tough one. So he's going to play Awa, setting up his P. So he's keeping his lone consonant with the idea of trying to go into next turn with at least one. And then also you've got that hook there. Of course, Josh actually has the second P as well, which is kind of funny. Not sure if he has a really good hooking play there, but oh, does he really? Okay, but yeah, that's a reasonable option. Oh, cut up, that looks great. Yeah, cut up would be a great play for him here if he spots it. So, yeah, I guess we'll just have to see. But Matthew's also drawn pretty well to his vowel heavy lead there. You don't love to see the V, but the rest of it is relatively promising.
Yeah, he's not in bingo range just quite yet, but he will be there soon after that draw. And this makes Josh's decision or Josh's life pretty hard. He doesn't have the O he needed. If he had an O, he could play something right there and shut all of this up. But without an O, he can play cut up here, and he's seeding plays in this line. Or he can play in this line, but he's seeding potential double doubles. And if this was actually a setup for Matthew, he's seeding even more in terms of front hooks there. He can't block all of it in one go. This is tough for Josh.
He's going to not use the P hook at all, and he's going to keep a little bit better balance on his rack. This is a pretty reasonable play from my perspective. it could just be a miss of cut up simply because there's very little reason to keep a U if you can avoid it here. I do feel like getting rid of both would have been nice. So maybe that word just eluded his notice, but I wouldn't consider this to be a huge mistake by any means.
Now, it seemed neck and neck with cut up. I think the only real thing is I don't know that he saw cut up to compare, but even if you compare them, both plays are reasonable. It's just a matter of do you want that C on your rack or not? Josh opted to keep it, stay in bingo range, and he's going to get the dreaded CGU combination instead. Rough development for him. Matthew Tunnicliffe needs to figure out how to open up this board. He is still trailing Josh Sokol. The board's okay, but not great. He wants to keep fighting. VAPE is a decent option for him, just keeping stacking opportunities on top, but it does knock out this column or this row here. He can also play down from this EELEVON. Looks to be a pretty promising play. 30 points for that, but it knocks out this dynamic row, which he would rather leave undisturbed. So those to me look like his top two options, and neither one's without a significant drawback. We might also see naval up here. The leaves something to be desired, but it does some good stuff for the long-term dynamics of this board. Big turn here for Matthew. How does he want to shape the board? What do you think, Will?
He has Nova set up, which would, I don't know where he hopes to play that, but now he has the letters required to play a Levon. Those were, I wonder if it was meaningful that he had those set up together, but there are a lot of options that are pretty close. I feel like my gut, I like a Levon here just because you actually, when you look at the score, it feels like it's not as bad as it feels after you lost a challenge on the phony bingo earlier in the game. You're only down by 60 minus whatever you're going to score on this play. So if you can get 30 for opening the board here, it feels like it's actually kind of closer to an even game than maybe it feels to the players right now. But wow. Okay. So here comes a Levon. Does this give Josh anything good? That N looks kind of appealing, but I think somehow Josh is, as you said, Matt, CUG is a little bit too toxic.
Just such an anti-synergistic combination, a CUG together. No bingos here for Josh. And while he would love to stack and block all of this new stuff off, that V right there makes it impossible for Josh to do that. So he could block these bottom tiles or this E, but he's going to have to leave something alone. He might not block anything at all here. This is tricky for Josh. I think we're going to see UG right here. Just keep himself in great bingo prone shape. CEIST with this line, and all of this stuff at the bottom. Matthew's unlikely to block. If he bingos, I'll just bingo back. That seems like a good plan. I think we're going to see UG from Josh, but he'll take some time and think this through first.
Yeah, Josh famously hating the letter G. Anyone that's watched his streams knows that is well established. So I think there's no way he is letting the G stay on the rack here, even though it's tempting with this N here to keep IG. I think there's enough other options on this board in the form of sevens lanes, either going across here or on top here. And now you've got all these good eights lanes, including the E and O. You don't have to pin all of your hopes on ING, which, by the way, wouldn't even score that much when you get it. Doesn't hit a triple. There it is. That's the play you suggested, Matt. I like it.
The only other real line of approach he had was to play this 5-letter word, GIUST, for 28, but this is such a dynamic leave. I like the shot from Josh.
Juiced also, that word takes an O hook as well, which I think, Matt, I don't know if Josh knows that, but justo would be a very scary thing to allow your opponent to play. And over to Matthew, who had the Y was the last tile that he put on his rack bat. I don't know if you saw, but I thought he was going to put ape shit on his rack here.
Oh.
Like
All right, welcome back to the now demonetized version of the stream. Thanks, Will, for getting us kicked off the internet. No, just kidding. It was not commentary, but simply an internet snafu that got us. But man, the timing on all of these drops has been fantastic.
Yeah, fortunately, it just happened during a long think on Matthew's part. And I was about to make the point that he's got plays that are really appealing, like HYP right here. Opening the triple is a little scary after Josh just played UG, though, with 2 blanks unseen, Matt. I feel like for the points, 36 points on hip and a nice leave, of course, it's tempting. But man, that's a little scary in this precise situation.
It's tough, but you can't play extremely scared when you've got a deficit, you know? I mean, okay, you did fish. Well, I've got the stuff that synergizes with an H. I've got the T. I've got the S. Come get me, Josh. Let's see. So Matthew rolling the dice, and Josh into CEIST picks up IW. Absolutely brutal for him. He's probably going to have to hold the W on this turn and play ICH or Ethic just to address the new spot Matthew's opened up.
Yeah, I do, just to make it clear, I do agree that playing hip was called for given the game situation and the nature of Matthew's rack and his leave. I just would definitely be a little conflicted about playing it here, just worried that Josh's range after this previous play is a much stronger than usual. But I do think you got to go for it. You're trailing. Got to continue to be aggressive. So all of that makes sense to me. And in fact, to prove the point further, Josh is going to really struggle. Looks like he's just going to play Ick up there, which is probably as good of an option as he has, undoubling his eyes. I'm sure he doesn't want to keep the W, Matt, but it seems as good as anything.
I'd have played Ethic there. There's 2 unseen blanks, and Ethic is 9 more points. I mean, I'm no Scrabble god. I'm a washed up neckbeard for sure, and that EISTW leave will still bingo pretty often. But I would have played Ethic there. Points, turnover seems appropriate here. In any case, Matthew hitting back quickly, he's found his highest scoring bingo of Ignatia's, that I in space, actually giving him something. 77 points for Matthew puts him ahead now, 233 to 190. And into EISTW, Josh pulls double N's, which gives him 2 playable bingos on this turn. So a bingo from Tunnicliffe, a bingo from Josh, and we'll have a narrow Josh lead once again after this turn.
Yeah, I think this is one that Josh will see quick. Just looking at the open E, this is where his eye is going to be drawn. The only question is which to play, Weniest or Entwines, and he's choosing Weniest, which I think makes a lot of sense. Entwines puts an E out in relatively open space. By placing the E here, you make it a little bit tougher, just a little, only by 1 square, but sometimes that can make a bit of a difference. With the same score on offer for the 2 plays, there's no real reason to take that risk. So like the choice by Josh here. And as you said, Matt, back into the lead, but this looks like it's going to be a close one from here on out.
Yeah, Matthew has the opportunity to take the lead here. He's picked 6 consonants, but the big JK combination, that unlocks jerk right here. 38 points.
Oh, God.
Y hook behind it's very scary. Sets up some huge underlap possibilities, but that is a big score. And if he's not playing jerk, his next best option is just playing jerked here for a much lower score, 26 versus 38. What do you say, Will? Play in the bottom right corner?
I mean, it's scary. It is scary. So the thing that Matthew needs to be thinking about with a play like Jerk is, yes, this is significantly your highest scoring play. And at a score like this, you probably can't afford to give up 12 points for nothing. But you can see that SY blank, it's not as bad as it could be. If you look into the pool and you saw SSSYY blank or something like that, I guess the blank isn't really relevant because you probably wouldn't be burning a blank on that anyway. But if you saw both Y's and 3 S's, you might think twice about this play, but you can actually get away with it a pretty decent percentage of the time. And in fact, Josh has no hooks that can damage Matthew there. So what that means, Matthew's gotten away with getting his extra 12 points, and who knows, maybe he benefits from his own aggression later on.
We will see for sure. Matthew with a 9-point lead, neither player holding any of those 3 remaining hooks to hit that big triple word spot, but SY blank. Big red alert for both of these players. Josh has a big turn here. 50 points available if he wants to play GLOZE, but with a lot of I's and a lot of N's unseen, putting a G here is pretty scary for him. He could play a little bit more conservatively, just DOZE is 48, but as Will touched on earlier, Josh hates the G. Doze takes a front A. There are 2 of those unseen. I wonder if Josh is going to take either of the plays in those spots, or maybe he'll play even smaller, just ZO. What do you think, Will? The aggression is warranted here, right? It's too close for anything else.
I agree. I think Glows is the play, and it's funny. I think his hatred of the G, I should say, is leading him to be more comfortable than usual with putting it in the triple lane. I think he knows that. Why does he hate the Z? It's because, sorry, I keep misspeaking. Why does he hate the G? It's because it's so inflexible to use without the IN combination. It's actually kind of difficult to hit the G very hard without just the right letters. So placing it into space isn't as dangerous as it feels. And of course, you get the 50 points for this play. And in fact, even though Matthew does have IN on his rack, he doesn't have enough other vowels to really do much with that opening. And now Josh has drawn not only the Y, but also the last S from the bag. So he has to be feeling fantastic that now this spot is basically his to claim.
Indeed. And Matthew Tunnicliffe basically forced to play either TIND or LIND in this spot. That's just such a great score, 35. You have to do it out of this rack. Keep that X for next turn and see where it takes you. You'd like to try to work into bingo range, but you don't need a bingo to win this game if you're Matthew Tunnicliffe. You just need some help from the tile bag.
Yeah, that X is still nice to hold on to. But Matt, there is a play here that is the star play. You're drawing where it would go, which is so beautiful. And I just love Josh's chance of finding it here. Josh is so clever. Oh my God, look how fast. This is so far the best play and such a beautiful play through disconnected tiles, leaving the case S to come back with a jerks play next turn. Very, very nice play by Josh Sokol.
FEYS is 61 right now, but Josh immediately and correctly deciding, let's forego it. Let's keep the S. Let's hit 48 now, address the big spot, and then just win the game next turn. Fantastic. That is a play that a lot of players miss, but not Josh Sokol.
Yeah, how fast he found it too is just part of what's so impressive. And yeah, he's got the S to play with jerks, but in fact, there are, we should definitely point out that there are bingo lines still available that both players are driving towards. They've both been scoring so successfully with these kind of tweener racks that aren't really have some good bingo tiles, but also some good scoring tiles as well. But now Josh has drawn into a bingo rack that actually does fit and plays at the top of the board here. And that could be a big blow to strike in this game after Matthew's X bomb.
Yeah, Matthew drops the X, COX, his play, maybe just OX to keep the C. It's such a great bingo tile, but points are always at a premium in close games too. Matthew probably thinking I need every one of them I can grab right now and the extra chance at the blank. Josh rewarded fantastically, and sometimes you feel like there's just justice in Scrabble. You find the awesome play, and then you draw Satine out of the bag as a reward. Josh threatens 2 bingos on this turn, 7-letter Atonese right here, or Atones, and then Astonis down to this S. I think he'll take this spot. Oh, well, no, that puts an S right there. I don't know. Neither one of these are great bingos, but you can't sneeze at them. What would you do, Will?
I'm just amazed that the computer engine pretty emphatically wants him not to bingo here. It wants him to dump off his O, keeping the incredibly powerful Satine leave. That feels like inhuman patience to me. You have a valid bingo, but maybe it's possible that with this nice low point set of tiles, you might literally bingo with every single draw. I mean, just look at that. If you were to just play your O, you might bingo with literally anything you draw from the bag. So this is kind of crazy. Yeah, there it is worth noting too that there are 8 tiles in the bag. So if Josh were to bingo, it would allow Matthew to bingo and not end the game. If there were only 7 tiles in the bag, Josh would really need to think twice about playing a bingo, because a counter bingo by Matthew would instantly end the game and very likely send Josh to a defeat. So this is quite brutal, and I can't imagine, Matt, in Josh's shoes. I can't imagine not bingoing here. But do you think you would be able to find that here?
I mean, you just have to kind of think through what's going to happen in this situation if you're Josh. If I bingo right now, I'm already up by 8. My bingo is only going to score 65. The worst thing that could happen is he bingos back. And sure enough, that's exactly what's going to happen. Matthew holds folioed and fab right now, FOLIOED. So if you're Josh and you play a Tony's right here, you go up by 70. Matthew plays a bingo here for 80 or so back. You're down 10, but you're going to draw 7 fresh tiles, and Matthew's going to draw 1. So if you can threaten 25 or 30 points, probably going to win the game. And with an F and a W, assuming Matthew bingos, you're probably going to get at least one of those scoring tiles. You can probably win even in the worst case scenario. If I bingo and then you bingo, I've got 7 tiles, you've got 1, I can get more points. I think Josh is safe to play the bingo here no matter what. But fishing the O all but guarantees a bingo next turn. You're going to have to think this through really, really hard, though, if you're Josh, because if a bingo comes here, and I feel like that's all right. We are live just in time for Josh to come to the conclusion that he needs to bingo. And I love this idea too. You're going to draw either the F or the W, set it up. If Matthew bingos here, hit 45 and win the game here. Nice, nice choice from Josh.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And I'm agreeing with the general sentiment that not bingoing here is kind of not only inhuman, I think it also doesn't work as well as the computer engine expects. And there is that blank finding its way onto Josh's rack. And now he's got to be feeling very, very good, that he's in good shape in this game. I think you gave Matthew his folioed points early,
Yeah.
Matt, but that is going to be the score once Matthew finds folioed, which again, it'll put him up by about 10 temporarily. But with just one tile going into the end game, as you said, Matt, you're going to see Josh hit that big spot in the upper triple and seal the game in short order. So very nicely done by Josh. I think he did come to the correct decision, even though it is tempting to consider just how likely it would be for you to bingo on the next turn when you fish just one tile. But you can see the way it's worked out is a pretty good sign that Josh went right here.
Yeah, I mean, he threatens now twirl, or the best sequence would actually be a blank, make the blank an S, a swirl right here for 50 points. So again, just showing set up the spot. If Matthew doesn't have a bingo and he scores 45 there, I win the game. And if Matthew does have a bingo for 80, I still win the game. Fantastic. And Matthew is forced to play this. You would like to think about maybe I can fish an O or something and draw another bingo and bingo out to grab the points off of his rack. But seeing this unseen, you just can't do that. Just can't do that. Play your bingo and lose.
Yeah, Waltier plus a blank means that Waltier is coming down here unless you make a fish that blocks this possibility, which in so doing would block your own bingo lane. So you have to go ahead, take folioed. Looks like Josh may be holding this play and deciding, do I want to challenge this just to be sure? He can challenge it easily and still win in quite easy fashion with any of those plays that you mentioned, Matt, paralleling here. So, yep, definitely very nicely played down the stretch of this game. But it's a big win for Josh as, looking up in the standings, you see it under the nameplates. Matthew in first place, Josh in second. Josh is going to win this game, but he's going to have to keep winning to try to overtake Matthew in the standings.
Yeah, the spread between these two players extremely close. Matthew plus 819, Josh plus 785. So spread may or may not matter depending on how the pairings go. But Josh, wait, why is Matthew's time running right now?
I think it's a hold. I think Josh is evaluating folioed. Oh, why is it running?
I understand that Matthew's clock should not be running. A
Yeah, I'm
director is
sorry.
allowed to intervene. So,
Yeah, no, you're
yeah,
right. I don't know.
director intervened. Thank you, Josh, for doing that. All right.
Maybe he was just thinking about it, or was that it was a director intervention there?
I don't know if Matthew was maybe thinking about. Oh, geez. Okay. Josh noting he didn't do anything. So maybe Matthew just didn't hit the clock. Maybe he just looked at it and is like, well, whatever. You're going to have Waltier no matter what, and I'm dead, and I'll just lose the game.
Yeah, I think Matthew being Matthew, he probably knows that playing folioed is essentially tantamount to losing the game, and he's trying to figure out, is there any way I can make a play that doesn't automatically lose me the game? I don't think the answer is, yeah, I don't think there was such a play, but I think it hurts, right, if you're in Matthew's shoes to willingly hit the timer on a move that essentially seals your fate. But once you come to the realization that your fate is already sealed, then you can just go ahead and finally hit that button. I think there were some phases of grief being processed there, potentially.
Yeah, and I wonder if you're Matthew Tunnicliffe, you did play the phony earlier in the game, parabene instead of paraben or carrageen. Is that the kind of thing that stays in your head with you? Is that the kind of thing where you think, oh man, I did this to myself and now I'm going to crater and I'm going to lose my last 3 games in the tournament? Or is that the kind of thing you can shake off if you're Matthew Tunnicliffe? I know the mental game is the biggest part of the battle in Scrabble, forgiving yourself when you make mistakes. Oh my God, Josh has a twirl.
Yeah. Oh my God.
No.
Wow. Oh my God. This is about to be something really crazy, folks. If he goes ahead and plays this, it looks like it could be a word, but it's not. All he has to do is pick that A up. Oh, he's going. Oh my God.
He's trolling. He's trolling. I hope.
The troll.
He's just trying to take Matthew.
Yeah, the troll is strong. And look at his troll. Look at this. Come on. Look at this trollish face on him. His face even looks like the troll guy right now. That's incredible. Yeah, Matthew, for his part, I don't even think he batted an eye. I'm not sure he even necessarily realized what was at stake there. But yeah, that is the troll face for sure. But Josh, I don't know how much he is aware of the validity of these words. I'm sure he must have known that there's a good chance a twirl is not good, or I don't know. Who knows? I don't think he knew 1,000% that that's not a word, but he didn't want to take the chance, and rightly so, because that would have been a very painful way to lose a game.
Almost any valid play wins, so play a phony. Yep, that's classic Scrabble. Everybody has done it once or twice, and Josh toying with us there to do it again. It's really loud in the playing room, and the end wasn't like super exciting, and I think Will nailed the analysis of it. So we're not even going to try that overhead mic this time. Just hasn't been working super well, and there's not much to go on. With that win, Josh is moving up to 9-4. Matthew Tunnicliffe to 10-3. It is a 1-game gap with 2 games to go. This one is getting intense. The last 2 games are coming right here on Let's Play Scrabble. Make sure if you haven't done this yet, you click that thumbs up video below this, or thumbs up icon below this video. I want as many people liking this video as possible so YouTube thinks we're putting together the most awesome product, and it spoon feeds it to anybody who likes any kind of nerdy pursuit. Help us climb up the algorithm. If you're just now stumbling into Let's Play Scrabble, you ought to subscribe to this channel too. It's brought to you by Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor, and all they do is upload a bunch of games of Scrabble. Tournament games, casual games, club games, old archived games, NWL games, CSW games, Division 1 games, Division 2 games, whatever you want. It's all right here on Let's Play Scrabble. So if you haven't already subscribed, do that. And if you got that mother-in-law who loves playing Scrabble on her tablet all the time, it's like the only thing she does, send her a link to this channel. Maybe she'll watch a little bit of this. Maybe she'll wander into a Scrabble club one time. And we would love to have your mother-in-law in the competitive Scrabble sphere. We'd love to have you in the competitive Scrabble sphere. Come out to a tournament. Come say hello, and make sure you like and subscribe down below as well. We don't have very many standing updates yet. That game was pretty quickly, but we'll show you how things are stacking up so far in the CSW field. The big result is Josh Castellano with a double. Means this one is getting closer and closer. Again, Matthew Tunnicliffe now 10-3. Josh Sokol and Josh Castellano are both going to be 9-4. 2 games to go. 2 Joshes in hot pursuit of Matthew Tunnicliffe. This tournament's wide open. They're going to have to do some pairings magic to figure out who gets the opportunity to knock off Matthew Tunnicliffe. If Josh Sokol's just going to play him 3 times in a row, or if Josh Castellano should get a chance as well. Or maybe Erickson Smith gets to play spoiler. I don't know who he played or what the outcome of his game was yet. We're going to make sure the pairings are done right, and then we bring you the right game here on the stream. So we're going to have to shut it down for just a minute while all of that happens. But again, thumbs up button, subscribe button. Make sure you hit those. Do not leave, because we have 2 games coming from Lake George, and it is anybody's tournament. We'll be back with that action in about 5 minutes. See you soon. Welcome back, folks. There are 2 games left from our big tournament in Lake George, New York, and we've followed several different storylines across several big divisions. We've seen one of those divisions now come to a conclusion. The NWL division clinched. We're going to stay with CSW for this round. Matt Canik, as always, bringing you the action. Again, this morning, if you're just tuning in, I am joined by the great Will Anderson. Always so stoked to have you on set, Will. 2 games to go. It's getting spicy in this CSW field. But before we talk about that, let's pivot over to the NWL division and look at the final results there. Or not quite final. Again, 2 games to go, but first place in the NWL division has been decided, and perhaps unsurprisingly, Will tell us about who it is.
Yeah, no surprise. Jackson, we saw him in the first game to start today's stream earlier this morning, playing very impressively, getting away with another bluff to start the game, but also just has been playing at such a high level tactically from every game that we've seen. He has won another game. He needed to win 2 games today to punch his ticket there to be the defending champion. He actually won this event last year as well. So this guy's winning practically everything that he touches this year and in the past few years. And it's not surprising at all, I should say, to see him come out on top again. So congratulations are very much in order for Jackson Smiley, your winner in the NWL division.
Gibsonized with 2 to go in just a 15-game event in which 14 of the players are 1899 or above. That's incredible stuff. A little bit of timing, a little bit of a gamesmanship, a couple clever phonies in there, although maybe neither one was actually intentional. But Jackson Smiley, your NWL champion from Lake George, for the 2nd consecutive year now he has won this tournament. Let's look at the CSW standings if we're going to show some standings. I'm not sure which ones we have queued up. I thought we'd be over at the standings like 10 minutes ago. We'll pull up somebody's standings. Oh, I see. There's some computer issues going on the back scene. So Josh is working on it. In the CSW division, though, with 2 games to go, it is still a 3-horse race between Joshua Castellano, Josh Sokol, and Matthew Tunnicliffe. And the pairings have decided that Josh Castellano and Matthew Tunnicliffe are going to play. And assuming Josh Sokol can win, he'll still get a right to fight for the championship after this. But a huge game here between Matthew Tunnicliffe and Joshua Castellano. Josh Castellano's last stand. If he loses this one, he is eliminated from this division. So we will cut over to the board. Matthew Tunnicliffe, Josh Castellano. I think they're set. I think the tiles are bagged. I think we're ready to play some Scrabble as soon as we can get the cameras pointed over there. So that's the plan. There we go. Tunnicliffe, Castellano. Will, what happened the last time these 2 players met on stream? Do you remember?
I do remember. It was quite shocking. Of course, in Scrabble, no matter how good of a player you are, you're up, at the mercy of the tiles to some extent. And everybody is so good in these elite, top divisions at these events that if one player gets the run of the bag and all that good stuff, the blanks, the S's, everything else, then you're going to see some horrifying sights. And what we saw was Matthew scoring 740 in a game against Josh. That is definitely not likely to repeat itself. That's one of those 1%ers that's going to happen anytime even 2 strong players go up against each other. And to that point, Josh, in the previous round, Josh Castellano apparently just beat another player, Bob Lynn, in the top division, 604 to 371. So both of these players are more than capable of putting up some ungodly scores, and hopefully the tiles cooperate for them to be pretty even in this pivotal matchup.
The rematch is one that we eagerly await. Matthew winning by over 300, dropping a career-high 741 last time. Let's see if he can do it again or if Josh can exact some revenge. Put that phone down, Josh. Let's play Scrabble.
Yeah, so players getting word that they can start up here. And yeah, so Josh has a pretty low bar to clear to do better than his previous outing against Matthew, but he's looking to do even better than that losing by 300 points or something like that. It's not what he's going for. He needs a big win right here and probably another win in the next round. And if he gets those 2 wins, he could very well vault his way into first place. And Josh Castellano, Matt, is our defending North American Collins champion as well. So 2 players with championship pedigrees.
2 fantastic players, and it's no surprise that it's these 2 at the top at the end, just given who they are, how many words they know, and how solid tactically they are at this game. AAFLT, the first 5 tiles, and a Q and a W, the last 2. All right, well, there is one Collins only 4-letter word that you must play here if you're Matthew Tunnicliffe.
Yeah, this one, they're going to be, at least Matthew is going to be very thankful that this is a Collins game, and he's going to get a chance to play Waqf. We love that word in Collins. Every word that uses the Q and doesn't require the use of a U as well gets outsized importance. In NWL, you're probably looking at playing Cat, which is, that's all right. You're still getting the Q off. But man, wouldn't it be nice to get the W and F along with it out onto the board? I'm kind of surprised. Oh, wow. Okay. So this is another reasonable option, but I think this is probably a miss.
Yeah, Waqf is 10 fewer points, but this leave is so bad compared to the ALT leave you could have otherwise had.
But look at this punishment too. The T, which would not have been on the board after Waqf, gives Castellano a bingo in response. So a huge swing, really swift punishment, unfortunately, for Matthew for that play. That's a big swing to start things off.
Wow, sometimes a small blunder can lead to a big blow up, and that's exactly what's happened here. Waqf would not have seeded this play, and instead, Josh with a bingo out of a terrible rack. Wow, what a start. A Stigmia, nice find, and a bad draw for Matthew. Most draws are going to be bad into FW, and it's even worse now that he's giving 5 extra points. 67 going to be the score for a Stigmia.
Yeah, nice play by Josh. And really, it's, both of these players have excellent word knowledge, but I do feel like Josh Castellano has reached that point where pretty much nothing is escaping his notice on a regular basis in the games that I've seen. So not to say that he'll never make a mistake, but it's pretty rare. And you're going to see if he draws a really improbable, difficult to find bingo, don't be surprised when he spots it anyway.
Both of these players have such great grasp of the words. Terry Kong posting on Facebook that she saw on Friday before this tournament, Matthew Tunnicliffe pounded over 3,000 alphagrams in one day on the Scrabble study program Xerafin. My eyeballs would fall out of my head before I got to 3,000 alphagrams in a day, but he prepped hard, and there's a result, 10-3.
That's amazing. 3,000 words. God, man, and those are probably bingo length words too, not just, short ones you can run through fast, that is a level of dedication that's pretty inspiring or terrifying, depending on your point of view. So, yeah, you see the results for sure. But yeah, this is after Talak, you can see, man, you would love to get the F and W out of the rack, because when you draw more high point tiles, you start to get this sort of clunk build its way up on the rack. And the play that Matt's drawn out for you guys of few met is at least a way to get rid of the 2 4-pointers at a cost of making a big S hook, where anytime your opponent as an S and any kind of flexible tiles, they could just simply score a lot of points in response. That being said, maybe that's worth it here, just because if they don't have an S, you've at least reaped the benefits of scoring decently and getting some good stuff off the rack. Matt, what do you think?
It's a tricky situation that Matt's been backed into here. Every play he has is bad. Few met, perhaps his strongest equity play, but again, a huge S spot, and my opponent's just drawn 7 brand new tiles. Yikes. This play here of Fetois gives up big, big plays back down this column, and he can also play the Collins only 5 weft, Wefte, but that comes with its own baggage as
Yeah.
that spot there is huge to give up. So it's kind of like trying to date on Tinder when you're 42. Everybody's coming with a lot of baggage, and you just have to pick the least option. Just kidding. There are plenty of wonderful and eligible bachelors and bachelorettes out there of all ages, but you got to find a play with some baggage here.
Yeah, that's the trick of Scrabble. Microcosm of life in more ways than I realized, apparently. But sometimes the best choice available to you is one that has warts. You just have to figure out what is the path that compares most favorably to the other ones at your disposal. So, yeah, I don't know. I think I would be okay playing Fumet here, getting the clunkiest of your letters off. But that's a tricky play to spot. And I do feel like Matthew's going to sink in a little more time into this one because, again, your goal on every turn in Scrabble, find a play that makes you content and satisfied. I'm not so sure a play like that even exists on this turn.
Everything sucks. That's the analysis we have. I mean, outside of those options I outlined, maybe there's web, which also sucks for reasons I don't even need to say out loud because anybody who's ever played Scrabble can tell me that play sucks. Not a lot of good options here for Matthew, but again, go back to the inflexibility of FW. You find yourself in tough situations when you have to keep letters like that.
Yeah, for sure. The first turn of both of these games are ones where I know Matthew holds himself to a very high standard. I think most players that reach this level of accomplishment to become national champion at your chosen field are likely to share that attribute. Ultimately, the difference between Talak and Waqf is actually not that huge in terms of like your ability to win the game. But when your opponent is as strong as Josh Castellano or many of the other players in this field, you're going to look back at that and say, man, what would my rank have been if I had just played that and kept ALT instead of WF? And all right, we are going to see Fetois. That was a suggestion you made, Matt. I think this is probably the least scary looking option to me.
Yeah, this play comes with the least baggage, so go for it. That's fine. CBE can go a couple of different ways, good or bad, but it looks like he'll be all right here. And I mean, that spot that opened up here, FY in Collins yields big plays, but I think we're actually going to see FE and Yike come down for Josh. That looks like a slam dunk play to me.
He could opt to play shorter if he wants to just play KYE. Your leave is still pretty good. I'm not sure if that sneeze was a human or a dog on your end, Matt, but either way, I think this might be tempting just because it scores 38 compared to 40, and it doesn't put that nice Y out in the triple lane, which absorbs consonants so easily. So that could be something he elects to do, but instead he's going for your suggestion, Matt.
Yeah, it's just such a solid equity play. 40 points is so nice to pick up here. I like it.
So it does make a big difference, though, because Matthew, with that Y to play through, is going to be able to play something like Comfy, getting rid of a huge number of his three out of his four higher point tiles in one go. Of course, you probably want to keep, I don't know, you'd like to use the B somewhere in there, but beggars can't be choosers. If you can score 45 points and clean up most of the clunk off your rack, I think he's going to do that pretty quickly.
Does Collins have Camboy? I don't think so, right? So Comfy or Comby are the options.
Is that a new word?
I think they added Cam Girl, but not Cam Boy because sexism. I'll get off that soapbox before I get myself in trouble. Comfy, the slam dunk play in the absence of other words.
Yeah, looks all right. Comfy looks good, but over to Josh now, and he has a, oh God, dare I say, a great rack for scoring.
The scoring never stops, but I don't think we're going to see scoring here. Scoring in Astigmias is 91, and that is not the best bingo here for Josh. He can do even better, and he'll show you
Yeah,
what it is in just a second.
this is a word knowledge test, though, because of course, scoring. Oh, there he goes. He's going to go ahead and play scoring quickly, which I'm pretty sure this word takes an S too. So this is a big swing. As you're pointing out, Matt, there was one better move, but I think the obscurity of that word meant that even if Josh saw it, it might be hard to verify the validity. Scroming, the word we're referring to through this M, would have scored 102. That's an improvement of 11 over this play. And I also worry a little bit about this S hook. Hopefully that is good, and I'm not speaking out of turn here.
Scorings has to be good. Let me double check it. Yeah, that's like the grooves you have on a measuring device. That yeah,
Got it. Got it.
or the act of scoring. Yeah, it is. It is valid in both lexica. So that is a big swing. A small misplay from Josh, and man, he usually knows a lot of words, but that alphagram looks particularly tough. It's like I would type in Cormings immediately instead of Scroming. So you got to be 100% sure with 91 available on that 102. Whether he didn't know it, didn't see it, or backed out of it, I'm not sure. But he's got a great pull, and he's not going to get hit back by that S hook as nobody's home for Matthew Tunnicliffe. Dodging a bullet, Josh Castellano is.
Yeah, I mean, it could be one of those things where he saw scoring on his rack and just immediately assumed, how could I have something better than this, right? I'm putting an S at the end of the highest scoring word on the board. I put my C in the good spot on the double letter score, and I don't want to spend unnecessary amounts of time looking for something that's not there. But yeah, I could see myself seeing scoring be available and say, oh yeah, that's got to be it, right? And then just be astonished afterwards to discover something better. I think if you were to have told Josh, hey, you got something through the M, I think he's going to find it in like a tenth of a second. But it's really coming to that realization that's the key. And Matthew making a nice play here, Matt, with that Z.
Yeah, he had a number of nice plays. Ooze right here is 55, but Zobo down here is 53. Two good options. He opts to play on bottom as opposed to on top. I think that's reasonable. You had so many clunky consonants all game. Get rid of that B if you can. So Zobo, 53 points for Matthew Tunnicliffe brings him within 30. DEEIPY blank, the post bingo draw for Josh Castellano. He will not threaten another bingo, but because of Matthew's decision to play down here, Josh is now able to wield that Y, which is so devastating in Collins, for some big plays up top. Just YAP and KY is 40 and looks very standard to me here, Will.
It looks great. Yeah, 40 points using your two weakest bingo tiles again in Scrabble. Why are these points worth 3 and 4? It's to balance them out. They don't appear in as many 7 and 8 letter words. So anytime you have that blank, which is such a nice way to get those bingos down, if you can't find a bingo available, and I'm sure Josh is going to look for a little while here, we know that there isn't anything, but I think Josh is so solid. And not only that, if there were a bingo available, it wouldn't even necessarily be that much better than this play, scoring 40 points and essentially guaranteeing with any kind of reasonable draw that Josh is going to bingo next turn. So I think he's very savvy play on his part, not only to play the play we suggested, but to do it fast.
Yeah, very solid. And I mean, that's a turn that is a trap turn. I think a lot of people will spend 4, 5, 6 minutes shuffling around trying to find a bingo on that rack. It's a tough one, but Josh, so solid on the words, he's able to save that time. He has a ton of it as we continue down into this game. Matthew Tunnicliffe has a rough rack, AEINNSU. He's stuck in the sticks, as I like to say. All right, we are back. Thanks for hanging with us through those drops. Matthew, again, has a hard rack stuck in the sticks. As I was saying, he has two big Collins only hooks, KYU, FEEN. And I think we're either going to see him play AUNE around those tiles or perhaps UNAI. Each of those plays comes with some warts as well. It's been the game of baggage all game for Matthew Tunnicliffe, but UNAI doesn't give too much back. And looks like just UNI instead going to be the decision for Matt. That makes sense too. What do you think, Will? Uni, something different?
It's tough to turn down that spot because Matthew has the S, and this is a nice way to, I mean, you can set up the S here. Maybe you get a S going down here. There's a lot of good that can happen. I think from Matthew's perspective, he's trying to limit how easy it would be for Josh to play down to this triple, and maybe also maximize the value of his own S containing leave. Maybe he's really hoping that he's just trying to score points, distract a little bit, and then draw an S bingo that plays with astigmias. Of course, he's run into a bit of a buzzsaw in the form of Josh's actual rack. Now Josh will have his choice of some stuff to play here, with some of the weirder hooks available on the rack. Had Unai been the play, we would still be seeing Ether going down with id. Instead, we are probably seeing rehired here, and that's going to be a big blow for Josh in this must-win game for him.
That is going to be a big blow from Josh. A punch straight to the face of Matthew Tunnicliffe. Josh in commanding position in this revenge game, now up by 140. And into Matthew's AELNST bingo prone rack, he's also picked up a J, major Trojan horse towards his bingo odds. He'll either fish it here or maybe make an aggressive opening, but I think this play just gets you punched in the face far too hard and far too often to justify the extra scoring. What do you think, Will? Do you cash the J or do you drop something here?
Yeah, I'm cashing the J, I think. I think the nice thing is that I guess you can reasonably expect Josh to do his absolute best to block off this lane. He's probably going to try to play something parallel here or otherwise obstruct. But doing that is not that likely to score him super many points. And if he's not able to do it, if you just fish your J, your odds of getting a 7-letter bingo threat in this spot are really high with that leave. So I'm playing the J by itself here. I appreciate that you get a little bit of extra points on the scoreboard by playing something here, but that just is really difficult to pull off without getting absolutely hammered in response. And not only that, once you do this 2-turn sequence, depending on the play Josh makes, you've also really cut off the good bingo location for yourself on the board too. So I'm liking just fishing the J, and I feel like that's my read on your thoughts, Matt, is you're probably feeling similarly.
Especially with this hook and the S in tow. Go for the bingo. Don't disrupt that space. There are some players here who would play Jag in this situation. That's 27 as opposed to just 20. But Will, tell us about some of the dangers of playing Jag over Jor.
Well, I don't know. I mean, one of the dangers is that you've only got 2 vowels on your rack. So if you're using one of the 2, you could just run into a consonant draw, and that would doom your chances of bingoing in many cases. Another issue with playing Jag is that if Josh has some way of playing down from the J, that is really bad for the board shape. All of a sudden, all of your beautiful lanes of astigmia and your astigmia S hook get blocked in one go. So there are a couple things that would concern me about that. I guess you still do have this S to pin your hopes on a little bit, but this C at the top of the board, man, if that was any other letter, you'd feel so much better about having another spot, but the C just makes it so that this area of the board right here is such a premium. You wouldn't want to do anything that helps Josh obstruct it.
Yeah, Will nailing that analysis. But again, the big thing about Jag is consonant draws are so painful. If you keep ELNST and draw two consonants, you're in a world of pain. You can't afford to miss. You've got to keep both of your vowels here. JOR, sort of a forced play, I think, for Matthew. He'll need to draw a bingo here, and he's hoping desperately that Josh is not about to block this spot on the bottom of the board. Big draw for Matthew. What is it? An
It's
N.
another N. So that does give him a Collins bingo of Stanel. Stanels will play to this S, which is off the beaten path. I don't think that that's that likely. Maybe there's some other stuff that I'm not seeing right this minute. But either way, even if Josh does his absolute best to block this area of the board, Matthew will be bingoing in a way that is extremely dangerous, which is actually good for him at such a big deficit. So there maybe we'll see some excitement going forward. I actually don't think Josh has a great blocking play that I'm seeing, Matt. Like maybe something like duo is the best that he can do right here. But yeah, you're suggesting maybe oh, right. I think the scorings hook is probably I should have not acknowledged that I've been misspeaking that astigmias is that important when actually scorings is the key here.
Yeah, you can't really block both of them effectively if you're Josh, but this is the one where Matthew could score 100 plus. This is going to be the knockout punch he needs to get back in. Whereas these plays, they can still score a lot, but they cede a lot back. So if I can at least take out scorings, I'll feel okay if I'm Josh. And I like too that Dower holds a vowel and two consonants, so I can't be caught with my pants down with a terrible draw. I like that it holds a V so that whatever does get open next turn gets absolutely slammed shut with the best blocking tile in the game. Dower checks a lot of the boxes here, but Josh wants to look longer to see if there's a better play that blocks everything off. I'm not seeing it, but perhaps chat may have some suggestions for us.
Yeah, if so, definitely let us know. But I really think it's going to be very difficult to execute. So I do like this idea. If you can't block both, you definitely want to block the more dangerous of the two. And it's funny, Matt, you mentioned the V actually feels like a good keep here. We dump on it a lot in Scrabble as one of the clear worst tiles in the game. And that's for good reason. It has a lot of, shortcomings as a tile, but there's still situations where you're going to be very happy to hold on to that V and use it to its maximum potential. And this could be one of those right here.
Oh, but there's a really good play. Alex Seaholm pointing out in chat, EDDO is a word that is only pluralized with an ES. That closes everything off. If you want to commit to defense, that's the way to do it. That's cool. But the problem sets up some X plays. You have to be very certain that it doesn't take an S. I don't think you're worried about X plays. Matt just played off a J. He didn't keep an X almost ever after that. So unless he drew it on a one-tile draw, you're okay. I wonder if Edo comes down. I wonder how many players make that play.
So I think what makes it better, and it looks like, is he getting those letters off to the side on his rack? I think he is. Look, he's got the EDDO set up where maybe he's now considering it, which that would be amazing. But I think in general, the reason why this play is better than usual is as a response to Matthew's previous play. There is just no way that he's playing the J by itself without six tiles that are quite strong, right? Like I guess there are a few other things you can ascertain about that. You can know he probably doesn't have an O, or else he probably would have played Joe for significantly more points. That doesn't really matter. I think the key is that if your opponent is playing just one tile, they probably like their other six, which makes defensive plays a little bit stronger than they would be in a vacuum. So it's intriguing. Oh, look at this. Is he considering playing utter in the same spot, which hangs an R? That does get met with lanterns if he actually goes ahead and plays that in the same spot. Which is, I mean, that's not terrible for Josh, but I don't know. Could we see Utter go down in that spot, Matt?
I mean, utter makes sense. Look, if I'm seeding a bingo through this R, well, that's going to score less than if I'm seeding a bingo here or here. Those are going to hurt even more. So, okay, take your 77. At least you're not hitting me with a 90 or a 100. That makes some sense here, but Edo is an even better version of the same plan. We'll see if Josh is able to come to that conclusion. He's evolved a lot as a player. I can see him doing this.
Yeah, I agree. And he's taking a lot of time on this turn, and he had it to spend because he played so quickly on some of his more, clear moves. He played a Stigmia within seconds of the T being placed on the board. That indicates he was looking for a T even before it showed up. Played maybe a little bit too hasty with scoring instead of scroming, but otherwise pretty impressive. I think the most impressive was how quickly he played Yep in the mid game, moving on from that rack with a blank in it and realizing, I'm going to play this anyway. And all right, there you go. Overdid is the play. This is very different from what we were expecting, Matt.
I guess the idea here is I'm just going to rush to the end of the game. I'm going to score so much right now, and I'm going to grab some of these new tiles out of the bag. That feels very weird.
Yeah, the weird thing about it is the E, right? You've put a very good tile to end 8-letter words out in space that lets your opponent get one of the few types of plays that could really revitalize their winning chance in this game. What if Matthew played something into this E for 90 or 100 points? All of a sudden, you're looking at a real gut check of a situation where that was absolutely not possible prior to that. So I also worry about keeping a U with several more lurking and a V and a W as well. So I think there were some reasonable instincts behind that play, but I don't like it as much as some of the other more defensive plays there.
When you're playing with a 130-point lead, you need to play Scrabble the way a schizophrenic plays Scrabble. You need to think, what is the worst thing that can happen to me? Because that's about to happen. The worst thing that can happen is Matthew Bingo's here for 90 and then draws an S or a blank out of the bag, and you can't really do much to address this stuff. That would be the nightmare situation. And you just allowed it to possibly happen. It didn't happen here. Matt didn't draw the right tiles, but it could have. Overdid felt very strange to me.
It's interesting to think about Stanels versus Lanterns here. I think both have their merits. After Lanterns, you've got another sevens line going up the board, which is kind of difficult to obstruct for Josh Castellano while also scoring a reasonable number of points. But man, I would have been tempted to go ahead and play Stanels here and hope that I outdraw my way to something good. I guess the S in the triple lane is just so easy to score through that probably feels like a bit of a pipe dream. And maybe this is the more realistic option. But man, what if you play Stanels and then draw something really good with the S and blank and come back with an Astigmia's play on the very next turn, or I should say a scorings play on the very next turn? I guess that's still available. So maybe what he's thinking is I can still get a draw like that for some reason. Seem to be blind to that hook, but that's still very much in play. That's probably what he's thinking here, Matt.
You did exactly what I did. I was like, why would you play Lantern? Stanel makes more sense. Wait, is that 7? That's still 7 right there. It still fits. Okay, never mind. So yeah, at first glance, Stanel was the play, but you just get hit here so often, so easily, and for such a high score that these bingos here don't do it for you a lot of the time, even if you put it all together. So I actually do like the decision simply because 7 remain intact right there, and you can get the play down if you draw it. All right, we are back live just in time to watch Josh Castellano play Lehua at the top of this board. It's going to obstruct a lot of the options that could come here, but seed big options that could come back underneath. He did have a sneaky option inside of this board of just playing Heame for a gazillion points. Instead, he's going to allow possible nightmares to come through from Matt. That play felt a little off to me as well, Will. What do you think?
Yeah, it's interesting with those underlaps here. You could be really giving up something big. So now I just feel concerned with the two big options. Yes, you are up by 100, but there's multiple ways that your opponent can do pretty well. And Parrier is on the rack there for Josh, but I'm not sure that that fits anywhere that I see right now, which is kind of painful, but that's okay. I wonder if there's something crazy, but either way, yeah, Matthew also not very good tiles here, and that last S and the second blank are still lurking to really decide the outcome of this. I guess Josh is still pretty firmly in the driver's seat, but if Matthew draws both of those, we could be in for a treat here.
So Matthew Tunnicliffe opting to play TOE on top. That makes it a lot harder for him to hit these 100 pointers. TOO, another option that keeps both big lines available, but that rack was so toxic, he felt he needed to play long, and he'll put the T in space to threaten a big bingo. So that's a decision from Tunnicliffe. And AEIPRRR, as Will said, the rack for Josh Castellano. He's up by 77. Looks to be in decent control of this game as we approach the end. 20 tiles unseen means 13 are in the bag for Josh. Will, walk us through what he's thinking here on this move.
Well, I mean, I think he's maybe breathing the slightest sigh of relief that now, yes, I played Lehua. This had the advantage of maybe obstructing some of the 7-letter bingos that can play alongside Lantern. And now after Matthew's play, you're not going to see those heavy overlaps here. But if I'm Josh, I'm thinking to myself, the two threats that I want to try to deal with would be this big S hook, and then now I have this triple to the T. So maybe he can come up with something. I mean, you got to be careful. If you want to play something to this A to block the T, you might give back something just as bad. Like, for example, Pereira can be placed in this spot, but you certainly wouldn't want to put a P in space. The P is one of the stronger letters for starting 8-letter words, so that's not going to get the job done. So honestly, if I can't find a block that makes me feel good, like it's accomplishing more blocking than it's giving away in new threats, I might just look to run up the score with something like Rip or Ripe in this spot right here. It's not great. I don't love setting up yet another lane, but it scores very well, and I'm pushing my lead up back over 100. That seems like a lot of the time that's going to be just fine.
Oh man, this is tough now for Josh, and I just think not pouncing on top of the shape of the board, not taking control of the shape of the board at that previous turn. Now he's in a bind. Now he's got 3 different 100-point options, and he can't cover all of them at once. Matthew Tunnicliffe doing big brain things once again, keeping his odds alive, even when the tile bag hasn't cooperated much.
Love the big brain, the steam that's emitting from the big brain, clearly, as he makes a lot of very nice plays here. But man, that S and blank are still lurking, which is a point of anxiety for Josh Castellano and a point of, ever so slight hope for Matthew Tunnicliffe. If he can pick those still, they're still in there.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Matthew in this situation, you have to just assume that S blank is in the bag. And every time Josh doesn't block this spot, I'm more convinced that he has an S on his rack, that he has a blank on his rack, or maybe even both. But you just have to assume that they're in the bag, because if they're not, this game is already out of reach and there's no point even playing. So assume they're in the bag and hope that you actually get them if you're Matthew. And Josh, you have to assume that they're on Matthew's rack every turn.
Yeah, for sure. He's got to be playing to avoid that worst case scenario. And as you said, Matthew is very unlikely to win this game unless he draws them. So he needs to proceed as if they're still lurking and that they're still available to be drawn. Pair is the play by Josh. I actually kind of like this. At least it doesn't give anything significant back that didn't already exist. Yeah, you have the spa hook, but that doesn't really matter with scorings available. I guess Opa or something like that. There is 1-0 and Matthew has it. But overall, I feel like this gives back very little and scores decently well. It got rid of one of the three ERs, I should say, but oh my gosh, look at that draw. So things are, but X'd. Oh, geez. Look at that, Matt. XED is going to fit up there for quite a big score. That could be too much for Matthew to overcome.
Yeah, that's a mammoth score up top, and it blocks the one of the big lines. That's a huge draw for Josh. It was a terrible draw for Josh, but even the bad draws end up hitting pretty well. I mean, you either draw the X and score, or you end up drawing the S or the blank, and you're all right. He's also got the V to block a bunch of stuff in this place. A play like Vendor holding the X doesn't feel half bad here either. Matthew has basically one last chance here to make some kind of dynamic play, and he's going to need to draw some good stuff out of the bag. But I think even if that sequence of events happens now, just so much scoring opportunity with that X, it's going to be tough. This is a big turn for Matthew Tunnicliffe, and I don't know how we're going to see him optimize it. Is he going to try to fish just OU and maximize bingo chances? Or is he going to try to score as much as he can now and just pray that that brings him close enough that a miracle draw actually wins the game for him? This is a really hard turn. Again, there have been a lot of them this game. What do you think, Will?
The funny thing is, you mentioned that he has the option of doing some board shaping or trying to score as much as humanly possible. The problem is he can only score like 20 points if he tries to absolutely max out. He's got these low point tiles. There are no playable bingos, and there really isn't any good way to score. What's he going to do? He could play Lanugo and Opa. That is just a tough play. Oh, look at this. So this could be Matthew might be reasoning that his pathway to winning this game is to set up an X spot, draw it, and then draw some combination of blank S and hit the big spot here. So he's probably setting up the X that he does not have. And there he draws blawing or balling. I'm not sure that actually fits anywhere, but I really like this play, Matt. I feel like this actually gives him a realistic pathway to bomb his X and then hit a bingo next turn. That's the 2-turn sequence he needs.
Yeah. I mean, just a bingo enough, or just a bingo alone, even something huge like Wavings, Wavings, Collins only a 7, that's 100, and it still probably doesn't bring you close enough. You need a 1-2 punch now. Cool idea to set it up, but alas, the X on Josh's rack, he's got Lex and Gox, or XED here is 52. This one looks to be over, as Josh is probably going to go get that blank after this play too.
Yeah, blank and
All right, Josh didn't play the X yet. He'll play the X somewhere and win this game. You didn't miss anything exciting, I promise. Sorry again for the continued drops. We appreciate everybody and their patience. Nothing we can really do to fix the internet issues at this point, so we're just going to roll with the punches and do our best.
Yeah, short of some kind of major infrastructural upgrade at the Lake George Hotel, it's not too much we can do except just hurry back every time there are those disruptions. But I'll definitely echo Matt's appreciation and thanks to all of you out there who are being very patient with that. So, yeah, and it's we're dodging bullets here because we are not missing very many actual plays when that happens. So, yeah, we'll just have to see if that eventually occurs. But Josh has yet to put anything on the board. He's just thinking a little bit. I fully expect him to play XED here at the top of the board. Xed. I think it's a relatively foolproof with no O's unseen. It's going to be really impossible to see an XO play go down outside of the blank and a very, very particular set of tiles with it. So, yeah, I'm liking that. Do you think there's any argument, Matt, for just playing Lex and Gox?
I think both of them are going to win this game almost 100% of the time for you, unless you slump over in your seat and forget to hit your clock for the next 15 minutes. I would rather play one more tile and play up here just to give me one more shot at getting a vowel. I'm afraid if I play LEX, I only draw 2 replenishment tiles. If I draw 2 consonants, next turn might not be fun, so I would try to turn over an extra tile just in case I do get hit down at the bottom of this board.
Yeah, every extra tile, not only is it, whoa, very interesting. Okay, this actually looks fine, frankly. This seems like a really nice idea.
Well, that's incredible. So Josh plays vendor and then draws most of the good stuff out of the bag and leaves that S tile in, and everybody's going to be confused. But no further drama, I think, in this game. Vendor and a number of other plays, about 100% to win. He's drawn into 2 7-letter bingos there. I don't think either one plays. Do you see a spot, Will?
Oh, I know there is a word Tutrix, Tutrix, but I don't know if it pluralizes as Tutrixes or just Tutrices, but maybe Josh knows that better than I do. Looks like you can play Tutrixes off of this T. I wouldn't have been sure of how it pluralizes, but yeah, he's got a gigantic bingo that is, if he's confident in it, which is not a... The funny thing is, if he feels like this could be phony, let's say from Josh's perspective, and he set it up and it looks like he's about to play it instantly, so he's gonna, and this is a word and it is valid, Matthew will for sure challenge it just to be sure. Why not? But if it were to be phony, Matthew has lawings, which I believe is also valid, ready to go down with scoring. So it could have been a huge swing if there's any doubt. But this is what makes Josh so dangerous. He really doesn't have those doubts very often.
Yeah, man, just I'm gonna challenge because why not?
Yeah.
Did Josh just say, "Do I really need to get up?" But okay. Yes, the play is acceptable. One more shout out to Artmore. Thank you for wordjudge.me. 2 Trixes is good, so not 95, but a nice round 100 for the play. 522 for Josh Castellano, 320 for Matthew Tunnicliffe, but he did hit his one-tile fish. He's drawn into Lawings, which is 100 points right back, and maybe 5 more, depending on if Josh decides to challenge this. What a wild finish to this one. 422 to 522, unless this gets challenged.
Yeah, which maybe it will, just because ing is notoriously tricky to know which of those actually pluralize and which do not. And here you've got 2 of them in one play. Scorings, I think Josh is not going to be too dubious of, but Lawings looks kind of weird. So you could potentially see that be challenged, but it looks like there will be no such luck for Matthew. And yeah, I don't know if I can say I remember a game, Matt, where the game ended with 2 100-point plays back to back for each player.
Yeah, 100 and then 100 and out. That may never have been done before. So you saw it here on Let's Play Scrabble. With this win, that makes the end of this tournament very complicated. We are awaiting the results of the Josh Sokol game. But if Josh Sokol wins, because he leads Josh Castellano on spread, he will be in the championship game for sure. I think this is a 3-horse race now. This is about to be 10-4 and 10-4 for Josh Castellano. If Josh Sokol wins his game, we're going to have 3 players at 10-4. And I guess the 2 with the highest spread will play. And if the guy with the 3rd highest spread wins big over, I presume, either Brad Whitmarsh or Erickson Smith, any one of them could win. We don't have the result from the Josh Sokol game yet, but depending on that, we could see any number of matchups in this final round for the title. We could see 3 people with a chance to win with just 1 game to go. This is getting nuts, Will.
Yeah, it's mayhem at the top there with those 3, Matthew Tunnicliffe, Josh Sokol, and Josh Castellano, all with reasonable chances. Certainly, Josh Sokol is going to need a win in his current game with Bradley Whitmarsh to still be in the mix. But if he gets that win, he is firmly in the mix. So we're just going to have to let the dust settle and see where things shake out. But just as a reminder, things are not nearly as difficult over in the NWL division, where Jackson Smiley has already clinched several rounds early in a dominant performance, and also as a defending champion, I might add, Matt.
Yeah, what an incredible run from Jackson. He's won 2 Lake Georges in a row. He's won 3 Word Cups in a row. He is a beast right now. And look at that, winning in round 14 just cause 13-1 against a field where half of the players are rated 1899 or above. Have a day, Jackson. My goodness.
Pretty impressive. Definitely want to call out one other pretty amazing milestone, which is that the incredibly rapid rising Chloe Fatsis, if she wins a couple more games here, she's going to break the 2,000 plateau, I believe, for the first time in her career. And, you know, wow. I made a video about it, how her ascent to the true upper levels of Scrabble is relatively unprecedented, how fast she's been gaining rating points at this insane clip. But to finish it off with a 2,000 rating here would be an incredible feather in her cap. So we'll see how that shakes out going forward as well.
That is a storyline to watch. If Chloe wins in round 14 and wins in round 15, she will break the 2,000 threshold. We watched another player break 2,000 for the first time right here on Let's Play Scrabble. That was Chris Sykes. Will Chloe be able to do the same here at Lake George? To be continued. I want to make sure we remind everybody this is the championship game. I want everybody watching. Hit that like button. Let's bump this up the algorithm. If you haven't yet, again, hit the subscribe button. Let's Play Scrabble brings you all the action. They don't try to sell you nothing, no boards, no equipment, no promos. They just want you to watch Scrabble and maybe at some point go play in a Scrabble tournament. So subscribe if you haven't yet. Like this video for sure. And 3-horse race in CSW. Let us know in chat who you're rooting for while we cut to a short break, wait for the dust to settle, and bring you the championship matchup from Lake George. We'll let the dust settle. We'll be back in a minute. See you soon. right. Thank you for the patience. With a Josh Sokol loss last round, it makes things really easy for us. We have a Matthew Tunnicliffe versus Josh Castellano winner take all championship game. That's it. Do or die. And what a fun set. It's been 1-1 between these two guys so far. Matthew Tunnicliffe dropping 741 in the first one. Josh Castellano dropping 522 in the second one. Matt Canik and Will Anderson will be bringing you all the action from this championship game. Hopefully the internet holds up. Hopefully we get all of it in jam-packed action. Will, 741 points for one player in the first game, 522 for one player in the second game. What do you think the winning score is going to be in this one?
Seems like a good bet that we're headed towards 500 points. That's not always a guarantee, even with players this good. But I got to shout out Josh Castellano for being in first place. We used the margin of victory as a tiebreaker, but somehow he shrugged off a nearly 400-point loss to Matthew Tunnicliffe earlier in the tournament. And he actually is ahead of him on the basis of that spread tiebreaker right now. Doesn't really matter. The winner of this game is going to have 11 wins and be the champion regardless, but it certainly could have mattered. And he put himself in great position this tournament anyway. There you see it, plus 784. That is factoring in that enormous loss that he had at the hands of Matthew earlier in the tournament. So I really got to give him kudos for clearly battling back and wringing every last point of spread from his other more winnable games.
The only reason he is in first right now, too, is his ability to pull the trigger on that obscure two trickses. Even Will Anderson, who knows all the words, was not certain of the validity. Josh has been doing a ton of word study over the last few years, and it shows. He's in first, Matthew's in second. One of them will be crowned the champion in the next 50 minutes. Let's cut over there. Let's figure it out. Y'all don't want to see me and my dumb face and my ugly background. Y'all want to see Josh Castellano, Matthew Tunnicliffe, and one of these players going to win a bunch of money. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble.
Looks like Josh going first in this game. We've seen Matthew going first a couple times. Of course, the computers that handle the pairings try to equalize that. So it's Matthew's turn to go second in this game. And let's see what Josh draws to start things off. Can he get out on the right foot in this game? Well, not the best tile to see to start in the cube. And there another one, Matt. Oof. Not the best, but maybe it's okay because on that first rack of the game, it's often a good idea to exchange tiles. And maybe he just dumps those two U's back into the bag and has a really good chance of striking first with a bingo on his next turn.
Yeah, man, almost spooky. If this E were a P, we saw that same opening rack drawn earlier in the tournament by Matthew O'Connor, but one tile apart. This to me looks like a drop two U's. EIRST is so prone, but you want to think through dropping just one U. EIRSTU still hits pretty often. You want to think about also the three tile U2, but I'm inclined to drop the two U's here. Josh looks like he's about to do the same. What do you think, Will?
I do, yeah. The way yep, there we go. He spent a little bit less than a minute on that. I think that's fine. Just to think, is there any merit to Utu or anything else? Which there is, scoring 6 points, more than 0, and putting a good S hook out there on the board and basically ensuring that Matthew doesn't get an opportunity to play a word that doesn't hook so easily. But I do prefer exchanging. Keeping that T, which you would have used up by playing Utu, really adds a lot of power. Every bingo tile after the third or fourth that you keep really starts to skyrocket your odds of bingoing. So he's been rewarded with Matt. This is a classic only in Scrabble phrase. He's been rewarded with goiters.
He's been rewarded with goiters and goriest, and maybe there's some more Collins bingos in here. I don't know. Nope, that's it.
I don't think so. Yeah, but that's still kind of funny to hear be said that he is celebrating the arrival of goiters.
Yes. I love what Scrabble gets you or allows you to say. If you don't know what a goiter is, take my anatomy class and you will soon. But digress. ABJHNPR. I think Matthew's trying to decide between JARP and JAB here. Both look fine, but I'd be inclined to play the longer word. Matthew's doing the same thing. What do you think about this placement, Will?
Interesting placement. So he had a couple of other locations. This has the benefit of not exposing his vowel in the A next to a double letter score, but he does have another positioning that does that. If he were to slide this word over a couple and place the A on the star, maybe his reasoning for this is after Castellano exchanges 2 points, the 2 tiles, I should say, his odds of having an S or other good tiles on his rack are quite a bit higher than usual. So rather than expose a big S hook in a double-double lane, he is trying to avoid that with this positioning. So I think it makes a good deal of sense to me to place it this way. I kind of like it, Matt. What is your instinct?
I like the idea for sure of not the standard placement. You don't want to put the A on the star. You don't want to allow double doubles. Or, I mean, like, if you just think about it, Goiters would score almost 90 if you played JARP in the standard position. I might have slid it 1 over to the side and actually put the A next to the double letter there. Maybe that's crazy, but I'm just afraid that 89 from the P happens a lot right now. I do like the decision, though, to go with a non-conventional placement there. You have to respond. You're not playing Scrabble in a vacuum. Your opponent just exchanged 2. S is in tow a lot.
Yeah, it makes sense. All the more reason after a short exchange by your opponent. Your opponent exchanges 2 tiles because they have 5 tiles they like. Almost always at this level, it means that those tiles are synergistic to play a bingo, I should say. So by placing a vowel next to the double letter score, you're much less likely than usual to run into those high scoring letters like the whatever, J, Z, X, Q, 4-point tiles that would cause you to regret placing a vowel next to the double letter score. Still definitely possible. And as you can see, it's not going to matter super much either way. Gorius comes down. But yeah, that could be a reason why a different positioning of JARP is at least viable here. That being said, it's really a hair splitter for for Matthew with that positioning, and he moves on to the next rack after getting hit with this bingo.
Yeah, he's got to feel all right about that, though. He's got to know if I played JARP in the other spot, I would have been hit even harder. So, if he's going to hit after his exchange 2, I'm going to make it as painless as possible. ABBEHNS on this turn for Matthew gives him another tricky position. 37 points available on the board if he wants to cash that S. Snab, SNAB, plays right there. But putting an S up here is extremely dangerous. A lot of bingos played to it or from it. S starts more words than any other letter in the dictionary. So that is a risky play. We might see BAH either here or shifted 2 spaces above. We might even see Hejabs, HEJABS, for 36. Of those options, Will, what do you think? The 3-tile play is most likely here?
It seems nice to, this is definitely the spot that you could regret leaving open. And in fact, in this situation, even though Josh might be able to spot a very tricky bingo of trayfuls right here through this R, I actually think something like Flay is a fantastic choice for him anyway. Look at how well that's going to score with 2 4-pointers in the word and one of them in that really lucrative spot. This might be better than any bingo that Josh has available, at least once this gets blocked. Maybe Trayfuls here is worth it. But either way, that seems like the spot to block if I'm Matthew. I don't want to just let Josh have an easy crack at drawing an A or a U and hammering it and increasing the lead even further. So I do kind of like playing Ba or something there. It looked like for a second that Matthew was getting set to play Nab here, which would have been patently insane. Not to mention it gets him smashed if Josh knows the 7-letter word swayful and the hook to snab. So let's hope Matthew doesn't get too creative here. It could backfire in a huge way.
This is a frustrating turn. I mean, at first glance, okay, I drew the big consonants and I drew the A. I needed to front hook there. I've got 45 guaranteed, right? It's like, no, there are no fours or fives or anything that actually fits except snab, and that one sucks. BEH as a leave is not fun. Putting the S in space is not fun. Like, wow. So you just have to take another second and realize how destroyed you got and then shake it off and make some kind of play. I think this is the best he can do here, but it feels like there should be more on this turn for Matthew.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is there's no need to panic and do anything too crazy with setups this early in the game when you don't have one that is absolutely ironclad. And I like the idea of denying that easy scoring spot. And now he puts Josh into a tricky situation where, again, there is one playable bingo and one only of tray fulls right here. Not the easiest to find. But as I said in our previous round, I do expect at this point, I expect Josh to see pretty much anything, even with a blank. And I think he expects that of himself as well. So we'll see if he comes up with it here.
Yeah, I'm running a simulation on this turn, and Quackle recommends not bingoing here. Several non-bingo options simulate above this decision here of tray fulls. It feels a little off, but even FLAY here for 28 simming above. Golfy in this spot simming above. Computers aren't God in Scrabble for sure. You'd love to pounce on the bingo and take an early lead, but that's interesting that Josh just played it right away.
Yeah, it's can't be that big of a gap, I would imagine. Those other plays don't feel like they're, slam dunk awesome plays compared to this. This doesn't even, I think maybe part of it is that you do give back. If you play something like Golfy or Flay right here, it's very difficult to score on the resulting board. Whereas now you got all kinds of options, plays down here, 6-letter words ending in S with a good tile right there are going to score a lot. So you definitely give more back to Matthew if you're Josh by playing the bingo now. But man, I would be hard pressed not to play it here, quite frankly, in his shoes, just because those other plays are not anything great to write home about either.
All right, Matthew with QUEYN queued up and ready to go. This was a tricky turn for him. BEY played right here for 37, but held QNNS. BEN in the same spot was 31, holding QNSY. Matthew says, no, I'm not keeping these. I'm going to play this instead. What do you think about that, Will?
The thing I like about this, even though BEY right here would have scored so well, that Matthew has an S, and there really isn't a great S hook on the board until you play this, and now there is a great one on the board. So I think it's a play that makes a lot of sense as Matthew putting the letters together to suggest that he has seen that he's blocked his sub index through the U, but of course he wouldn't have drawn those tiles had he not played the Q on his previous turn, and there was only one place to do that. So he's going to have to, again, as he did in previous rounds, just get over that as quickly as possible and move on. But he's got good choices with this S hook. The nice thing, though, if you're Josh, is that you can play parallel to Goriest and score very well while also obstructing this hook quite well, right? Just imagine, let me see, I'm going to try the rectangles here. A 7-letter word would go right here, but if you're Josh and you can play something right here, you obstruct that possibility very effectively. So I would love to see him play something like Wept in that spot alongside Goriest. I think it's great. Especially given Matthew's play, Matt. What do you think?
Yeah, man, Wept is so nice. You can tell just lining it up, it's going to score a ton. It's 42. It knocks out the spot, and you've got a big lead, 141 to 69. It does everything you want a play to do. But with a bunch of high-scoring options and a bunch of spots on the board, you don't want to rush this decision, too. Adding to the complication is a Collins only 5 that takes an S, Theows plays for 40 down here. It's a completely different approach to the game. I know Josh tends to thrive in these offensive shootouts where he just puts his word knowledge on display and crushes you. This might lead to the shootout more often. This leads to the board control type game. I'd play Wept here, but we'll see what Josh opts to do.
Yeah, I agree. It's tempting. It is tempting to play through the S right here with that play of Theows. I'm not even. I guess that's what we were looking at. It looks like maybe there he is. He is going to go ahead and play this. Yes, this does block the S of Treyfels, but it gives back nice overlaps and does absolutely nothing to address this S hook. So I'm not about to call this some kind of huge mistake, and nor is the computer engine. But I do feel that you have to give your opponent a little bit more credit for, why would they put the N at the end of this word, right? Well, maybe Matthew had two N's and he's trying to undouble them, or maybe he has an S and he's trying to make a better hook for it, and you have to honor that possibility. So, yeah, is this a big mistake? No, I'm not about to call it one, but it is very different thematically from the other choices of Wept.
Yeah, different players have different styles in Scrabble. It's easy to get kind of cynical and think, everybody will play these easy turns the same way. Like, sure, yeah, everybody's going to play anti-red when it's available. Everybody's going to play easy racks the same. But styles are real in Scrabble, and Josh is showing his style right there with that play.
Yeah, for sure. And he is very successful with that style. He has had a tremendous year, 2 years, dating back a while. He's done a lot of big things in Scrabble playing the way he plays, and there are plenty of aggressive-minded players that are able to easily make it work with that. But yeah, we'll see what ends up happening with that S hook on Quain, as there we go. Matthew makes what I think is his runaway best play of Ibex, getting the XNB off the rack and keeping ENDS, Matt. I love his chances of hitting the Quain's hook very soon.
Yeah, that play is exactly what the doctor ordered for Matthew. If you're not going to bingo immediately, get a big score and keep well to bingo next turn. DEELNSV. The rack for him, though, that V unwieldy, probably going to get in the way. Looking at Josh's rack, he's got a really complex turn here. COAX feels so intuitive, but OOMPAH, Oompa, is 40. That's the kind of game Josh tends to play. We're just going to open up a bunch. I'm going to score 1,000,000 points every turn, and you're not going to keep up. Cokes is a little bit more board control. They're very similar in terms of valuation. And maybe we'll see something else. Moho is a really nice play for Josh as well. Big turn. We'll see what he decides to do, and if he even spots that hard to see Oompa here.
Yeah, to me, that's the big difference. I think at this level, all players are going to see Cokes pretty quickly. You're going to say, oh, my opponent just played the X. Is there any chance that I have a play there? And Josh is going to see that very fast. Oompa, on the other hand, is a much higher degree of difficulty play to spot. I think it does a lot of nice things. It scores 40 compared to Cokes' 46, so it's close. 6-point sacrifice is a lot. But the CO leave compared to the MOOP leave is a very, very big gap between those two. But he is going to go ahead and play Moho, which is it's a defensive option, Matt. I'm sure he saw Cokes, but is opting for this instead. So interesting choice by him.
Yeah, they're three very solid plays there. They each do slightly different things, but you could easily build a compelling case for any of the three of them. Moho, the choice we see from Josh, scoring well, but also keeping some flexible tiles and drawing AII. That's going to be rough for him to navigate, but he is in commanding position, 220 to 111 in the championship game. Matthew, without a great draw, I don't think you want to cash in that S. It's so valuable. And while you can play something like VELDS or delves in this spot, I think you leave the spot alone. Josh didn't block it last turn. He didn't block it the turn before. He might not block it again this turn. Maybe we fish a V here. What do you think, Will?
I mean, it looks pretty good in some sense. Just playing Vibex, very useful word, unique to the Collins Dictionary. You see it a lot. Again, it is a hook to Ibex, and that's why you see it a little bit more than a garden variety 5-letter word. Yeah, the nice thing about this is it bingos a lot, especially with, oh boy, it bingos with a bunch of consonants too. So your odds of getting a bingo down quickly are quite good. The thing that would bother me about it from Matthew's perspective is you're only scoring 17 points and you're already down by 100. So that is just, you would love to do a little bit better with your short plays and lead into a bingo with more sort of flow, scoring 30, 30, 30, 70. Instead, it does feel like Matthew, I think he had his finger on that V there. And I think, is he gonna, oh, maybe he's going a different direction, but it's agonizing, Matt, to only score 17 when you're down 100. But if he can draw, let's say, 2 bingos in a row, he'll be glad that he played short here.
Yeah, man. The one bad thing about the one tile fish is it sets Josh on red alert. Like, ooh, you're fishing one, you've got that S. I need to watch out for that spot. So even if you hit it, he's going to block it so often, especially with that C in hand. He would block it effectively. I think, unfortunately, against a computer, the fish works. Against an opponent who actually plays defense, not so much. Matthew agrees. He'll play delves. He'll score 38 points, 149 to 220. And now we get to watch Josh navigate these vowels. My husky's screaming in the background. This is getting exciting.
Yeah, I can certainly, oh man, I could certainly understand the motivation for that from Matthew. And now he has easing on his rack ready to go down next turn, scoring huge, basically a bingo score. Just want to point out a cool suggestion on that Delves play. Maybe Envy is an interesting idea, but the reason why this is particularly cool is that Senvi is actually a word, and you'd be setting up a sneaky additional S hook on the board. So that's kind of intriguing as well. If you're worried about having enough real estate on the board long term, you can set up another S hook in a way that makes a little bit of sense there. So yeah, I mean, I certainly understand the rationale for Delves. If you're Matthew, you need to stay in range so that your eventual bingo or bingos actually matters. But yeah, I would be a little bit worried after some plays by Josh that the board is running out of room in a hurry.
Yeah, for sure. So Matthew feeling the urgency on that turn, and now Josh has the natural JIAO in this spot here. That's 22. It feels nice, but maybe he wants to try to block the new sevens line on the board. BOOAI, a nice Collins only little vowel dump. That word does take a back S, which you have to worry about a little bit, but I'm less worried about an S hook here than I am about this big spot here and this big spot here. I want to try to obstruct if I can, but Zhao's a lot of equity. This is a hard turn.
I wonder if he's getting set to play Chow right here, which would be totally devastating to Matthew, not only blocking the sevens lane that plays, productively with this double word score, but also blocking access to the triple, which makes it a little bit tougher to reopen the board. The problem with a play like Chow right here is that you are giving back a pretty good sevens lane as well. Oh, look at that. He plays it in the hyper defensive spot, Matt. It's kind of cool. I didn't see that coming.
This is a tale of two Castellanos. We saw the same player do this instead of playing Wept, and now he's taken big sacrifices to play defense. A little inconsistent on the game plan, but Scrabble gives you all these, and you can't just say I'm always going to play offense or I'm always going to play defense. That's how you lose in Scrabble. Interesting series of plays for Josh Castellato, playing some offense, some defense, but now he's got a board with a great shape. Every time you can draw this diagonal line across, and you get some tiles like a J and a B and a G up here. Oh man, we're not getting to that top left. That's the defensive game you want when you're ahead.
Yeah, I am impressed with the flexibility. I think it's fine to be flexible and to move seamlessly from one technique to another, offense to defense. If anything, your opponents can't really peg you as being a certain type of player. You keep your opponents guessing about what strategic tack you're going to take at any given moment. But yeah, that hyper defensive play was just in the nick of time. And I wonder, Matthew surely is going to try to deploy his Z here. It looks like he might be thinking about playing Zinc right here, which looks really good. Another idea would just be Zig in the same spot, scoring well and keeping a little bit better balance. But either way, a play like that is definitely warranted here, and he really won't be down by that much. But man, Josh, with that second blank draw, it's looking very good for him.
It is looking good, but never, ever count out Matthew Tunnicliffe is what I've learned. Zig, a big score for him. We'll see what he draws. He'll need a big draw here to stay in the game. Eyes would be devastating. U's would be devastating. Dodge him, Matt. Let's get a good game of Scrabble here. R-R-W. Okay.
Not quite, though. I don't know if this spot is going to stay open because it seems like Josh will want to look there. That seems like the best scoring area. But if it does, something like Windsor is going to be just what the doctor ordered for Matthew. Very aggressive board opening play. So we'll just have to see what stays open. Maybe Josh will play something like Jive in order to not open anything further. I kind of like playing something like Pavid from his POV. This looks really nice. Any bingo that would fit on the resulting board by Matthew would give triples back in all likelihood to Josh. So that seems like a reasonable choice for him, but maybe he'll go a different route. Jive is certainly in consideration. That gives Matthew Windsor, and who knows what he plucks from the bag.
Big turn here. Man, if you're Josh, you would have loved to just drawn a 100-point bingo. You would love if Vapid or Pavid compared or something, but you're just going to have to play Pavid to hold that blank. Set up your E and draw a bingo next turn.
Yeah, he's so close. He's very close to having a bingo, and he keeps E blank, which is basically as good as it gets. He's a very, very likely to play something ending in E and then another letter here with Lope. That seems like it could be destined to happen here. But man, if you're Matthew, this is a tough situation.
Yeah, he's going to have to try to make the best out of it that he can. I mean, I wonder if you play REW here. Playing CREW, I mean, just walls all of this off in a way that you can't do. But with 6 unseen E's, playing REW is so likely to get you smacked. Oh, man.
How about this, Matt? How about this? Winery into this Y, setting up the S that you don't have. Swinery is valid in Collins, and maybe you just get lucky and pluck an S. You don't know that Josh has one. Maybe if you can get that last S, you've now set up a really huge lifeline for yourself.
Winery is an option, a Hail Mary, and a way to get out of the mess that this board is. I like taking shots like that for sure, but Winery is just 22. These plays here, Crew 36, Rue 33. This is a really hard turn and one that I'm glad Matthew has to make instead of me.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hurts to sacrifice that many points here. I don't know how red alert Matthew feels the situation is here. He's down by 80. That's a fair amount, but it's not so much that you're panicking like crazy that you have to go way off the beaten path. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, the nice thing about Winery also is that maybe, just maybe, sometimes your opponent doesn't think about the hook. I think swinery is kind of a weird word. Maybe if he's thinking of that, and maybe every now and then Josh just does not think of the S hook, I think that's pretty implausible, but at the same time, it's not impossible. But we are okay. There we go. We're going to see Crew go down. 36 points is, oh, look at this.
Set down the C and then pick it up. All right, statement.
So this is a play that you're making because you're trying to catch your opponent without an E at the worst possible time. Of course, Josh has E's, but actually he can't do much with the spot, even though he does have them. So it's kind of funny in that regard.
I wonder if Windsor in the same spot is a reasonable option. Putting the C right there and creating two separate lines and forking the board open. That was another line of approach. But Crew, the decision from Matthew, those points just too tantalizing to pass up.
Yeah, it's annoying now that just with Josh's precise letters, he doesn't really have a way to address the new opening that also scores points. What is he even supposed to do to get in the way of that? He could just, frankly, I just don't even see what he's supposed to do in this spot that blocks it effectively. So he's Matthew doing Matthew things, right? Matthew doing Matthew things, putting his opponent into really difficult situations to try to manage down the stretch of the game.
I mean, I would have played EE yesterday. That's the way I lose the game, is if you bingo there. So I would have just played EE there and said, all right, you do something else now. Open the board again, and I've got bingo prone stuff. That feels just fine to me.
It's definitely warranted to do that. I'm liking the idea of obstructing that spot, which is immediately the scariest on this board. That being said, a play that scores only 8, you start to ever so slightly run the risk of what if Matthew manages to find a 30 or 40 point play on the resulting board. Look at how close he's going to be after that. So, oh man, look at that. Bogue is the play, just totally ignoring the spot completely, but also not really blocking too much. So this is definitely going to allow Matthew to work his magic yet again and see if he can open somewhere else.
Check this out. Maybe this is what he needs. Tritoma to this A. Finally unlock the left side, score some points, go digging for a blank. Check that out too. E for Josh. You don't block, you don't draw your bingo. That's the face I'd make too, buddy. Ooh.
Yeah, Tritoma is a wonderful idea. I love it. There is also the possibility of Notum right here through this U, scoring a little better. That's 29 points, leaving RIT. But at the same time, I'm not that concerned about keeping the best possible bingo leave here until the board is open enough for those leaves to actually make an impact. So I love the idea of putting pressure on Josh. I also am a little scared, if I'm Matthew, to play an opening play after this. But this play of Bogue, not only could Josh have a really strong bingo rack with great tiles, but he could also have vowel overload. And that's kind of what I need to hope for if I'm Matthew and I'm playing Tritoma, that Josh has a ton of vowels, can't hit this T very hard, and that is exactly how this game would proceed if he makes that play. That's not an easy one to spot, though, Matt.
No, but if somebody can find it, it's Matthew Tunnicliffe. Even if you see it, I don't know that it's the right thing to do here, but I just love pointing out, hey, there's an option. We can get out there if we need to. If he sees it, then he gets to have this conversation. And if I'm Matthew, I'm just so, oh, here it is. Trona. Okay.
All right, a little safer. This isn't as crazy as Tritoma. It's not as open. I think it's a good idea, and it will help him open that side of the board long term a little bit better. But I actually kind of like the crazy gamble here. That being said, that could easily be my, Monday morning quarterbacking, I'm seeing that Josh can't punish it at all. Whereas over the board, you just don't know that for sure.
Oh man, CREW takes a back E in Collins. So I thought the best block that Josh Castellano had last turn was EE here, and I still would have played it, even with the terrible score. EE here, and we still didn't choose to take the block? That's baffling to me.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that play of just playing your two E's here isn't as foolproof of a block as your original suggestion of EE here. Once you play V here, you allow potentially high scoring fives to go down or longer that also open a triple. Whereas playing EE here is a little bit more conclusive to me. It's tough. I mean, yeah, I guess it's possible to play loped or loper and play something down through there, but that's way less probable than just having a 5-letter word. So I liked your original suggestion, Matt, of just cutting things off. But Josh is going to take the points. And this is definitely a solid block, but it's not a foolproof one. Once Matthew, if he plays Emend, for example, going down, he's now opened a pretty scary spot on the board. Oh, what do we have here?
Earned is 43. And all of a sudden, this is a 20-point game, and maybe Matthew doesn't even need to bingo. ERNED is 43 in that spot. Wow.
Wow. Yeah, that's huge. I mean, you can still get some help from the tile bag, and Josh continues to draw pairs of vowels over and over. And there we go. Matthew spotted it clearly. He's about to play it. Nice job.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you put a figure on it yet. Emend is still really good at putting the D in space. Feels like the thing you need to do. He's got to figure out, do I think I can catch up without a bingo, or do I need to make a little sacrifice on the scoreboard to create two big lines? And I'd be so confused about how to handle this. He's got more familiarity with Josh's game than I do, but Josh has chosen not to block at multiple intervals in this game. Is he ever going to?
Yeah, it's a good point. And I think he's getting set to play. I thought he was going to play earned 43. Man, that gets him so close on the scoreboard, as you were saying. There is this Z up here as well. Maybe you can wring some points out of this, get 30-odd points. It just seems crazy that, with these vowels, and you're going to see yet another one next turn. There's going to be some other low-scoring vowel dump. And, I would just be thinking, if I'm Matthew, geez, maybe I can get my 40 points here. Maybe I draw the F, the K, some other good stuff, and I can score my way back.
Yeah, there are not many scoring tiles left. Chat's pointed this out already, but the F and the K is it, and then a whole lot of 1-point tiles. So scoring is going to be at a premium for both players for the rest of this game. It kind of feels like maybe next bingo wins after Matt plays earned.
Yeah, that seems plausible. I would add that it's going to be tough for Matthew to draw a bingo, because that E is so valuable. Only 2 more coming if he uses it, which he's going to have to get that score. But Josh has one of them on his rack. There is one more lurking that would really help Matthew's chances of getting a natural bingo somewhere. I just feel like earned is a great play. I might miss that and just play Emend. And what's he going to do here? Oh my gosh. All right. So Matthew is just putting it all on black right here in one go, which, man, that's Matt. What do you make of this one?
Well, my brain exploded. I will say that much. This is not something I saw coming, but I totally understand what he's trying to do. He's got to feel like every turn this board could dry up quickly. So let's open the big spot. He might have some kind of read on Josh and think nobody's home. This is also really annoying to block. Like you don't want to block it with something like AA, or if you've got him pegged on vowels, because that threatens even bigger plays back. But yeah, like you said, Matt putting it all on black. You don't have the S or the blank. I'm going to go draw it. We see Josh has both, and we'll take away the spot and score some points.
I think it would be kind of funny, given that Josh has both the S and the blank. This spot is completely harmless to him. Or is the other? No, yeah, that's it. There's no way that if Josh were to just play something like IO here, that would be the ultimate power move, wouldn't it? Because he's got the S and the blank. There's no way Matthew can actually have anything from his perspective here. He could just play IO and say, oh, how nice. You've just made me a tailor-made spot where I am going to dump 2 vowels and absolutely hammer you next turn, and you can't do anything about it. But nice try.
The Scrabble equivalent of crouching and uncrouching over your dead opponent in any shooter game. Just don't even block the spot. Yeah, good try, Matt. Now I'm going to play for 100 there. I would do it. I would 100% play IO right now. You can't get punished. Whatever. Yeah, do it. Press that C button.
That would be so funny. I think Josh was absolutely getting set to play it. And I think the funniest thing from Matthew's perspective is that if Josh plays IO when he could have, I don't know, I'm sure playing something like OI or IO, probably you would play OI in that spot, or just any attempt to block down low. If he's going to totally ignore it and play there, you're telling Matthew pretty much, you might as well just tell him outright, hey, I have the S in the blank. That's what it's going to say. But there just isn't anything Matthew can really do with that knowledge. So that being said, I think it's fine if Josh wants to avoid any issue or any unforeseen second setup or something like that. If he wants to take the spot now, I'm not going to quibble with it, but I do feel like he could easily not, and it's going to work out great for him most of the time.
Oh man, yeah. He's going to go ahead and just do this, and that's fine. In this game state, you're basically 100% to win with practically any option. Matthew put it all on black. Red came up. This one feels close to done, but Matthew Tunnicliffe is very, very smart. Maybe he's going to start looking at 9 draws in this spot or 9 draws in this spot. Chat pointed out interjoin a possibility. He'll find something. He'll find, the ability to fish for a bingo with a blank H at the end of it. He'll come up with a plan. He's got 4 minutes and 20 seconds left. Nice. He'll come up with something.
Yeah, he will. The only issue, of course, is that from Castellano's perspective, all he needs would be another bingo, and that's going to put the game pretty far out of reach. Jong, this is a reasonable play if you're not going to fish for interjoin or the other things you mentioned. This feels like a good way to at least keep a good bingo leave and try to hit this tee, but Josh has bingos down into that tee, including Ritenuto or Requinto, which I fully expect him to find. And that is going to be pretty close to GG, Matt.
So the first time these players met, Matthew Tunnicliffe scored 741 points. And then Josh said, you know what? Flush it down the toilet. I'm going to beat you in games 2 and 3 and win the tournament. So who got the last laugh, Matthew? The blank is a Q. 56 GG.
It's pretty stylish to make the blank a Q. You don't see that every day. That seems as good as anything. Ritenuto, I can't really figure out if either of those have any nuance over the other. But either way, you can see the lead now well over 100 points, 3 tiles in the bag, no blanks or S's left to help Matthew. Looks like Josh Castellano is going to complete this big comeback to start the day. Matthew was first 1 game up and then 2 games up with 3 to go in the driver's seat. But yeah, a couple tough ones, mostly against Josh here. And it's going to be Josh Castellano adding yet another victory on his growing resume of impressive performances.
Yeah, wow, just another notch. Josh was one of those players we watched for a little bit, and it's like, how has this guy not won stuff yet? Well, here the wins are coming. He got the SPC. Now he's got Lake George. What is Josh coming for next? He has been on quite the tear recently, and he's even drawn another seven out of the bag just for fun. It doesn't play right now, but we'll see what Matthew does.
Yeah, if Matthew opens too aggressively, he could get hit with alkaline. Very nice. I didn't even see that until you said it. But yeah, that's either way, it's tough to see what Matthew can do that generates any kind of winning chance for him here. I think I'm sure he'll try something somewhere. But yeah, this is a pretty well decided, but I'm always intrigued to see what Matthew does in these tricky situations. Man, that re-emit play is still worming its way through my brain. Man, just imagine if he had played ERNED, earned. Maybe he was a little doubtful of the validity of that word, Matt, because that felt like a cool way to maybe kind of scratch and claw your way back.
Yeah, I don't know the right way to play this game. The right paths when you're down vary so much depending on who's sitting on the other side of the board. There are some players whose big gaping hole is they just don't close the board, and coming back against them is completely different than coming back from someone like Jeff Cook who closes the board every turn. You have to figure out how important is opening now versus not. But we didn't see Josh open the board, or we didn't see Josh close the board very much here, which makes you think maybe one different play somewhere in there could have been the difference. I don't know. Matthew, I think, played this one very well, but kind of in a time crunch late, threw it all down on the re-emit play. Who knows? I think this game was honestly decided when Josh drew the second S or second blank and that S. It was very little left for Matthew to work with after that.
Yeah, he plays FUD, probably realizing that there's just no pathway for him. That at least gives him relatively balanced tiles. Maybe he can draw some kind of crazy overlap here. Actually, that isn't really possible because of the Q. He would need to draw an I. Um,
Don't worry, you didn't miss anything fun. Josh still hasn't made his play. Matthew Tunnicliffe is about to hit the surrender cobra. Right now, he's in the surrender slightly pouty stance, but this one's done. We're just waiting for Josh to figure out what the final score is, optimize some spread. Josh Castellano to be your 2024 Lake George Collins champion.
yeah, there's one tile in the bag still. I guess he has to at least be thinking, is there any, bingo somewhere that I'm not thinking of that I have to try to worry about? Is there anything I can draw? Obviously, most of us would be happy to just throw in the towel here. And there we go. That seems like a reasonable choice. Get the K off the rack and score pretty well moving into the end game. Seems all right to me.
Yeah, seems just fine. While we're winding down the end of this one, I want to remind y'all that there will be more streamed Scrabble here on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. We have a number of upcoming tournaments brought to you by the dynamic duo that is Josh and Kieran. Their Albany New Year's Eve tournament is the next big event. Consider going if you haven't. It's a fantastic time. Definitely consider watching for the parts of the holidays you don't spend with friends and family. We'll be bringing you 50 or 35 games. Geez, 50 would be too many. 35 games of Scrabble, 28 in the main event. I'm not sure if the early bird will be streamed. They'll also have an event the last weekend of February, the Canadian Scrabble Classic, which will be from Belleville, Ontario, a little east of Toronto, a little north of Rochester, New York, on the other side of the lake, February 28th to March 2nd. All of that will be here on Let's Play Scrabble. The Crescent City Cup is streamed every year. That's MLK weekend in January. So if you like watching Scrabble, find that one as well. Don't know streaming info for that one just yet, but it'll be on the internet somewhere. Go find it. Lots of Scrabble coming your way this winter. If you're going to be bundled up indoors, watch some, play some, come out and join us.
It is my expectation to be in Albany for that stream. Hopefully I make a good account of myself. So I'm excited to take part in the LPS series of events out there. If any of you in the audience are also planning on attending that one, it really is, I don't know. I mean, Lake George is just maybe the crown jewel of the LPS circuit right now. So many players at the event, something like 180 players, which is huge for just a regional event. But for my money, I will never try to miss the Albany tournament. It is fantastic every year, and I'm going to hope to make it out there and make a good account of myself. So I'll see y'all on the stream there, although we still obviously have plenty of business here to wrap up. Not signing off yet. It sounded like that, but there we go. Leanal maybe is the play here. Just getting some tiles off. Seems
And just cuz Josh is going to flash one more cool word, showing off his word knowledge and the command of all the words he's learned recently. Lienal played. Matthew's going to challenge, throw 5 more points at it before he goes out with a lant. And that's going to be it for this one. Your champion of the 2024 Lake George CSW division, Josh Castellano.
huge performance by him. Great comeback in the standings to get all the way back from second or third and just going on a huge run against top-notch players. And there's the smiles from him as he's clinched that victory. I'm impressed. Kudos to him. Of course, also to Jackson Smiley over in the NWL division, who I don't know whether he won his last game. If he did, it would be a completely dominating. It was anyway, dominating, but 14-1 if he wins his last game. Not sure if he pulled that off. But either way, kudos to the winners. Commiserations to Matthew. Still a great performance by him here.
Yeah, looking at the rest of the NWL division, Jackson Smiley dropped his final Gibsonized game to David Spargo. He'll still finish 13-2 plus 1,123, picking up 37 rating points. Second place, Jason Lee. Third place, Seth Lipkin. And don't forget, if you like Seth Lipkin, you can also see him on the TV show Scrabble on the CW Thursday night or on the CW on Thursday night. We do have headsets, so we'll let these guys do a little commiseration post-mortem and then talk to Josh Castellano. But there he is, the man himself, Seth Lipkin. Again, if you don't know these apps, get them. The Cross Tables app and the Ulu app, they're both entirely free. Cross Tables has all the tournaments near you and all the old tournaments that have happened, so you can scout your opposition for upcoming events. Ulu has all the words and all the lexica, and you can search them in all the different ways. Use it to learn all the bingos that you've missed in the games that you've played. That's what I use it for, at least. Seth, a great dude. Congratulations on your third place finish there. And of course, congratulations to Josh Castellano for winning the CSW division. As soon as we're ready to go with headsets, we'll get a little victory interview from him. Chat, help us out if you have any questions for Josh about what it takes to win an SPC and then a Lake George back-to-back. Let us know. We'll try to toss them his way, and he can pass some words of wisdom. But yeah, we'll get those final standings updated. Josh Sokol dropping his last game means Brad Whitmarsh is going to finish third. Wow, picking up 62 rating points. Have a day, Brad. Congrats.
Yeah, nice haul for him. That's a player that gives me a lot of trouble when I play him. So I'm always surprised that 1842 rating feels like it's way higher in actual fact. But either way, tough one for Josh. He was right in position at the very end and lost a couple key games. But no surprise that Josh Sokol was in the mix until the very, very end of this tournament as well. So, yeah, not a ton of surprises. But, you mentioned before, Matt, we don't have to go back to the standings and point this out, but when players like Ben Schoenbrunn, Jason Keller, Matthew O'Connor are struggling to record a winning record over the course of a 15-game event, that things are tough sledding in there, because those are all players that if we were to run this event over again, all three of them could potentially be the winner. They're all that good. But as you said earlier, Matt, somebody's got to lose when you got all these good players in one place.
Yeah, somebody's got to lose, but somebody's got to win. And our big winner today, winning 2 straight over fierce competition in Matthew Tunnicliffe, is Josh Castellano. Josh, I got to talk to you a few months ago when you won the SPC, and I get to do it again here. Tell us how it feels pulling off another big victory in a Scrabble tournament. Josh Greenway, we're not getting these headsets right now.
Oh.
There we go. There we go. All right,
Got
go for
now.
it. Yes, go ahead, Matt.
Awesome. No, as always, it feels great. In general, I always care a little more about trying to just play well and not let the results affect me too much. But I mean, winning's pretty good, so I'll take them. Can't complain.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a lot of high-level play, a lot of great word knowledge once again. We know your big secret that you spilled on the SPC to helping you memorize the words was something almost no top Scrabble players will ever advise you to do. Share your words of wisdom with this audience.
So I study definitions, but only for words of 3 to 6 in length. I'll get to the bingos eventually, but I was just going over the shorter words like over and over, and it's really hard to make them stick when it's just like the word or some some uncommon like Spencer thing. So I'm studying the definitions for those, which is helping them stick. It's also giving me the 7s and 8s for like ing words, IER words. That's like a coin flip, that the ones that you get in less than a second on Ziziva, but as soon as it's on your rack in a game, it's like you have no idea. You might as well flip a coin. So yeah, the definitions are helping for sure. It's a bit spotty. I'm still relying a lot on just my usual Ziziva quiz. I'm looking at the board too. Yeah, so it's still spotty. I want to continue doing that to solidify the definitions, to really nail them down for 3 to 6. Then I'll move on to 7 to 8. But yeah, so for all the bingos, I don't really know the definitions for a lot of those, but for shorter words, I'm more familiar with. Like this, I maybe wouldn't have played. This is like some sort of surf, I think. I'm pointing at THEOWS. So yeah, it's definitely helping, the definitions.
That nugget of wisdom stuck with me so profoundly that I bought a notebook a couple weeks later and I started writing down the definitions of threes, fours, and fives in it. I
Awesome.
think Josh might be on to something there for those of you at home. And when a guy wins the SPC and then the Lake George tournament and offers wisdom, you generally listen to it. Josh, I want to talk about your sweatshirt for just a minute.
Oh, yeah.
We haven't plugged that enough, so tell us what that is and what it means to these players and to you.
This is a Woogles.io sweater. I got it a few years ago. Woogles is the best place to play crossword games online. It's got you can do analysis for free. You can do puzzles. You can play in tournaments. It's a great site. I'm actually doing some development on it now. I'm working on the pairings that were used for this tournament. I'm working on moving them into Woogles. So they can be in one place. And we hope to do much more with the site. So yeah, check it out. Play some crossword game, do some puzzles, but it's great.
Yeah, check out Woogles.io if you haven't already. I hang out there on slow work days. You can catch me Monday to Friday. My username is Matt. Shoot me a challenge in either lexicon if you want an easy cream puff of a match. You can find Josh Castellano there working on the site and playing on the site and studying on the site. You can catch a lot of these top players there. I'm going to turn things over. Josh, I've got Will in the booth with me, Will Anderson.
Great.
Will, you have any questions for our champion?
Yeah, I'm up there, I would assume, in overall number of losses to Hastybot on Woogles. I have to have lost over thousands of times, maybe 10,000 times. But either way, I guess my only question is just from a psychological standpoint, that loss early in the tournament to Matthew. I mean, he's just bingoing early and often. He's scoring 700, but it seems like you did a fantastic job of just putting that totally in the rearview mirror. You even had him on spread going into the final round. Not that it mattered, but just, go through a little bit of what it's like to be on the receiving end of that and how quickly do you flush that, which you clearly were able to do.
I'm actually glad you asked because I wanted to bring up one of part of that game. No, I don't feel too bad. I mean, once I'm already lost, like whether I lose by like 100 or 400, it's not. I mean, yeah, spread is important, but I'm not like too devastated. After he goes past a certain number. But I wanted to point out that in the game, after I had played Lamster, making overruns, he had then tripled with Hongying, and then a few moments later, I looked like incredibly distraught and I started moping, or I think I did. I was just so upset because I thought I had missed a triple of Mulgrist, which is not a word. It's not even an adjective. Total made up nonsense. And I was upset about that for like the whole game because I thought I'd missed it completely. And so I was just like, it got tough to focus because after he played Honging, I just moped for like a few minutes and then made a play. So I was upset about that, like thinking that I missed a triple. I was already lost at that point. And then at the end I said, oh, I think I missed Mulgrist. And Matt's like, what the heck are you talking about? That's complete nonsense. And I'm like, all right, let's go.
There you go.
I felt way better because, if that wasn't a mistake, I didn't feel like I screwed up too much. There are probably a few improvements I could have made, but I don't feel like awful. I've definitely played way worse games in the tournament. So actually, I felt pretty good after that game, actually, because I thought, my mood was like this and then it went up as opposed to, slowly going down as I'm getting crushed more. So yeah, I felt okay. Sometimes they happen. And it was pretty awesome. 5 bingos. And then ZE and iStone. It was great.
Yeah, I think no better insight to the psychology of a competitive Scrabble player than I'm not even upset you bingoed 5 times. I'm just mad at myself for a mistake I think I might have made during the game. That's how it's done. All right, well, Josh, $750 coming your way in a prize ceremony. We're getting pressure to wrap so that they can hand you and all of the other big winners this weekend their money. So with that, Josh, congratulations. Well deserved. And we will see you around on the circuit soon.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
Yep. And With that, Will, it's been a pleasure having you on as always. I want to give the opportunity to plug this before so you don't have to self-promote. Will is just about to drop a new video on
It
his
dropped.
channel. So,
I set
it
it to
just
one.
dropped?
Yeah, I set it to 1:30 because I thought we'd be done by then. So apologies for that. But yeah, it's out there. If anybody wants to go watch. So thanks, Matt.
Yeah, so check out that video. One final reminder, like and subscribe to this, and we are going to wind down so Josh Greenway can give everybody a whole bunch of money. Thanks to everybody who hung out with us all weekend. We will see you soon.